Welcome, one and all, to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. I am your host, Mike, and tonight we've got a bevy of news to talk about. And of course, the biggest news of them all is Elon Musk buying Twitter for 44 billion. And normally I wouldn't start off with the main story right away. However, this is an exception. This is an exception. So let me get the story up here in just a moment. And also, before I do that, if anybody wishes to discuss this topic with me, I will go ahead and post the invite link into the chat. This way, everybody who wishes to join may join. And there we go. Now let's go ahead and pin it to the top of the chat for anyone who wishes to join. So let's go ahead and get right into this. All right. So everybody knows. Everybody knows what happened Monday. The big news. He did it. The son of a bitch did it. To quote a certain movie. But as we can see, Elon Musk buys Twitter for almost 44 billion, promises to make it better than ever. Well, he's already started making it better than ever because I've already noticed several accounts that were originally suspended. Well, they've returned. They've appealed those suspensions and they've returned. So let's get into this article. And this article, of course, was posted on Monday. It's by Kate Feldman. And it starts off by saying Elon Musk spent Monday preaching about the importance of free speech after he spent 44 billion buying the world's biggest megaphone. The Tesla CEO announced Monday that he has acquired Twitter at his offer price of $54.20 a share, or almost, or about, sorry, 44 billion, and plans to take the social media platform private, which is probably the best move he could make. And let me go ahead and say hello to Zanzol. Let me go ahead and say hello to the Padawannabe. And hello and congratulations on 700 subscribers, Captain Trek. I like what you said there, Padawannabe. What's your superpower? I'm rich, bitch. Well, he he did it. He put up the offer and it happened. Honestly, I'm not afraid to admit when I was wrong because I didn't think it would actually happen. I thought it was just, him basically showing his prowess, and I honestly didn't think it was gonna happen. That's all I'm gonna say. I didn't think it was gonna happen. So again, I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. Musk said in a statement he tweeted after the deal was made, accompanied by a space rocket emoji, a dizzy symbol, and a heart. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. Okay, and it goes on to say, Parag Arkawa, I probably butchered that name, and I do apologize about that. The Twitter CEO who took over for founder Jack Dorsey in November said he was deeply proud of our teams and inspired by the work that has never been more important. Twitter has a purpose and relevance that impacts the entire world, he said in this statement. All right. Let me go ahead and welcome San Zoltan, and I will continue to read the article. Welcome, San
Sure,
Zoltan.
man. How are you, man? All good?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I hope you are.
Yeah, I'm good. I was just in Captain Trek's stream just some minutes ago. He is
And
celebrating 700 subs
yes,
today.
he is. And he deserves everything he gets with that 700 subs because he does great content. I love listening to him on Morning View.
Hmm.
Morning Brew, I mean. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah, don't worry, man.
And I do want to say hello to Scott Westbrook. Welcome. Musk's offer began in early April when he acquired a 9% stake in the company. His purchase price of $54.20 is 38% higher than what the stock closed at that day. The next day, he joined Twitter's board of directors before changing his mind a week later. On April 14th, Musk's bid was filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission, an all-cash offer worth 43.4 billion. A lot of money.
Yep.
Since making my investment, I now realize the company will neither thrive nor serve this societal imperative in its current time. The 50-year-old billionaire wrote in a filing, Twitter has extraordinary potential. I will unlock it. Seemingly prepared to ward off the offer, Twitter adopted a poison pill, unanimously voting for a limited duration shareholder rights plan that would allow any shareholders to purchase additional shares at a discount if any person or group bought up at least 15% of outstanding common stock without the board's approval. Without naming Musk, the board's vote was a direct shot. But now the South African entrepreneur has a way to secure the financing, or so he says. In a SEC filing last week, Musk laid out his plan to finance the bid with a mix of debt and cash, with 13 billion in debt financing from investment bank Morgan Stanley and a group of other lenders, 12.5 billion in loans against his own Tesla stock, and the last 21 billion in equity financing. Wall Street analysts have publicly speculated that Twitter shareholders would push the board to accept an offer at a higher valuation. The Twitter board conducted a thoughtful and comprehensive process to assess Elon's proposal with a deliberate focus on value. Certainty, yeah, already tongue tied tonight. Certainty and financing. Brett Taylor, Twitter's independent board chair, said in a statement Monday the proposed transaction will deliver a substantial cash premium, and we believe it is the best path forward for Twitter stockholders. Despite vague promises like increasing trust and defeating the bots, Musk has not yet laid out specific plans for what he intends to do with Twitter or how hands on he'll be in his new social media site. Critics have warned that his goals of free speech could include the reinstatement of banned accounts, including former President Donald Trump. Well, it's already happened. I mean, if
Oh, the,
you've been
the
living
actual.
under a rock these last couple of days, you've already seen accounts that were suspended returning.
Yeah, but they're actually kind of scared of Donald Trump only for now. It's
They're
like the
they're
others, they don't
afraid.
care, but it's like, have you ever seen when they actually are seeing like the red button and they're like, please don't push it, please don't push it. This is the same to Twitter. It's like
Mhm.
it's their kryptonite, you know.
Yeah,
But I still, the only thing that I got from this, which is great because I didn't know, is the financial purpose of how did he actually bought Twitter, which is great because we are now from now that it's actually 13 paid, 12 is going to be paid in stock between liquidity and all that, and the other is paid in a financial, like in a financial way. Like he's going to take his time to actually pay the other part. It's like he pays us, and then he pays the other half after it. So, which is great.
Mhm.
We know at least how it's going to work. However, I know for a fact that is that's the funny part. That most of the Twitter workers right now are like in DEFCON 5. They don't know what the hell to do. They try their best to actually not go into panic mode, but some of them are probably pretty into panic. And as I saw today, I think it was Conduncula. He said like they took a little bit of time to actually sell it just because they were like, you know how it is when you sell a company, that they're trying to burn everything that they can. This is a rumor, however, but I kind of think the same. They're trying. Oh, hi, this is Renee. They're gonna. It's like we know how it's gonna be. They're gonna sell the company. They're gonna try to burn everything, any kind of suspicious thing, just before the new acquisition gets into the building. But kind of this kind of be honest right now. It's like he bought Twitter. That's it. We don't know what he's gonna do.
Well,
He
we're
is
already seeing some of the effects. Like, again, some of the
mm,
suspended accounts have been reinstated already.
yeah, but I don't know if that
Jeremy from
happens.
Geeks and Gamers, his Prime account was
Yeah, but
reinstated, and several
let's
others
be
were
honest. We
reinstated.
we don't know if they're actually doing just in case because they trying to look good for the boss. You know how it is. The
I,
new
I
boss
think
is
I think you got to look at it this way, though. With Elon Musk now in charge of Twitter, everybody is getting a clean slate. They're starting over
yeah.
again.
Yeah, that's true. That's the truth right there. But however, I'm gonna kind of be still in the no, I don't want to be in the fence on this one because just buying Twitter is just enough. If he wants to break it, he wants to burn it. I don't care. At least at least he's trying to do something. Let's be honest. It's been years. I've been on Twitter. I've been called the names of the dictionary, and honest to God, I don't care anymore. It's like the Twitter has an after I was like kind of like feeling now because I was called that, and then 5 minutes later I was like, this is Twitter. This is successful. Who cares? They have another kind of instead of having a normal way to see things, they had like a way too much progressive kind of political correct. That if you say something they didn't like or you give a like to something that they don't like, you're on the other spectrum of the reality and you're bad because of that, and you're all the names of the dictionary. I don't want to say it because just in case of your channel, but
Well,
uh,
I'm a Star Trek fan, along with a Star Wars fan, and I've criticized Kurtzman Trek over and over, and I've been called every name under the sun.
yeah, I remember how it happened because I said that I was in one like it was a thing that how to make friends, and they said you have to the answer is on Google. I look on Google and said you have to be genuine. And I was like, no, you can be genuine right now. Genuine. Can't remember how to say. Sorry, sometimes my Argentinian gets in the middle of my English, and
That's okay.
I said like, no, you can't be nowadays like that because if you say something that they don't like, they will tell you in your face, and they're gonna end up with a frenzy with it. And that happened to me because I had a lot of friends, but like 1 year ago, because one day I said that like because I said it like this because I don't have the correct opinion, and everybody started telling me like, "Are you racist? Are you racist?" No, I just said the reality. I have friends. One day I said, "I don't want to vote anymore. I won't vote anymore. I will pay whatever fine that they want. I don't care." And the first time I actually got COVID, and I had to, sorry, the COVID or whatever you want to call it, and I couldn't even go vote. So I paid the fine, and then I left like that you can show whatever, like a ticket or something like that, that you actually were it was impossible to actually vote. They didn't charge me anymore. And the second time I didn't even go because I was like, I don't care anymore. And here in Argentina, it's obligatory. It's not like in other countries. You actually have to go vote. And I lost my friends because of that. Because I said one day, I don't care anymore. I'm not gonna vote. And they started like saying, "Well, you're the problem with this country. You have to vote anyway, even if you don't care." And it was like, dude, I don't care anymore. I don't.
There are
And I
people in
said,
this country who have gotten to the point where they don't want to vote.
because let's be honest, here in Argentina, if you think that that you needed to reinforce the boats there in America, imagine here in Argentina they actually show you in the news that they buy boats. So who cares? One more, one less, it's not going to change anything at all to me. So I'm probably not going to boat anymore. I will pay the fine. I will pay whatever you want. I don't care. And it was like $1 to actually pay the fine for not boating. It was like $1. I don't care for $1. I don't even buy a soda with $1 nowadays. Who cares? And I was like, keep the money. I don't care. But that day, those friends of mine, friends for over like 8 or 9 years, they started piling on me. And I was like, I don't care anymore, dude. They start piling with anyone that is not here. And I left one WhatsApp group, and they never contact me again. Never. And I was like, those are the friends that I had. And I was like, okay, whatever you want. I don't care anymore. And like 1 year after I found out that, and I don't want to be like that guy, but I'm that guy sometimes. Uh, three of those guys were actually like dressing as girls because they found it funny, and one of them actually started coming out as a part of the alphabet. And I was like, okay, I'm done with these people. I'm done because they are starting like treating her like him, her, whatever, like a woman, and she was beautiful, whatever. And I was like, no, I don't want to be any more of this part because I don't mind. Hi, in the report life form. I don't mind if you want to do that, but just don't show this. Anyway, do whatever you want. I don't care anymore, and it's like that. And I don't know how to say it, but it's a reality. If I see my friends trying to, it's hard for me to say because I've seen this happen a lot, and people that actually are trying like this, eventually, if he got like feeling for some of them because it can happen, and he gets rejected, he's gonna go through a really big depression. So I'm gonna leave it like that. And since that happened, I was like, I don't want to even contact you anymore, any of you, because you're trying instead of helping him and talking to him, and they're in his back probably they're talking shit because they did it a lot, and I mean a lot, with a lot of people. And probably me too. So I don't care anymore. and I was done. And those were my friends for almost 8 9 years. And I was like, I'm done. I don't want to connect to you anymore. And my other friends that were actually, I call them the neutral points because when I talk to them, they don't have any kind of, they're gonna say the things that as they are, and they told me like, dude, they were always weird, and you knew it, and you were friends with them, and you know that one day they're gonna like they're gonna eat you once they found that you don't like something. And that was the day when I decided I don't want it to be political anymore because they were talking politics every day. When I said I don't care anymore, they like shun me, like, shun me. I can remember how it's called when they ghost you. They ghost
Son,
me that day. Yeah, they shunned me that day. They never talked to me again, and they never contact me again. Only one of them actually contacted me for one day, and as I was talking to him and telling him like, whatever you want, we can get together and eat a pizza, whatever. He never contacted me again after that because he probably talked to those people. Those people told me that, oh, he's a racist. He says this and that, and that was on, and that's it. Those were my friends for almost 8 9 years. So it can happen, you know. But once again, why did I get to this point? Yes, because most of the time you don't realize that some people are so ingrained to this kind of politics or ideology, whatever you want to call it. They think they're progressive and they are hypocrites. Sorry, this is the only word I can say because once I said one thing they didn't like, they didn't even talk to me, and I was done. I was like, I don't care. Do you think that I'm gonna lose sleep for you? No, I don't care. And once again, this
no,
comes to
and
Twitter.
you shouldn't
Yeah.
care. I mean, there comes a point where you have to move on from those folks because they've moved on from you.
Yeah, the same, and that's not the only part because I used to for almost 3 or 4 of those. I would actually like hear them with their problems and with their their lives and their ideas and whatever. And one of them actually confessed me something that I will not talk about that because it's kind of private. But let's kind of be honest, it's something that you don't have to tell to somebody unless it's your friend because he could use it against you. And I give him my best advice that I could give to him. And when I have a problem with my work and with my life and my love life and whatever, he just tell me like, okay, no problem. You should think about it. And I was like, dude, I hear you for 3 months. You can listen to me for one day at least. And that was another thing that that day when they shunned me, I was like, I don't care anymore. Hi, Elon Musk.
Hey, man.
So, so that's
Welcome,
another thing.
Animus.
And for that, because I said they don't want you to be genuine. They want you to lie to their faces just to like synchronize with their politic views and their life views and whatever they say, because that's a reality. They just want to be as progressive as they can be, and at the same time, they are hypocrites. So that happens. That happens a lot. But in some places, like in Twitter, and that's what I bring Twitter once again. It's like if you have to be correct all the time in their own ideologies and narrative, whatever. If you're not, you're a buster, you're a Yahtzee or whatever you want to call it. You're racist, yeah, and you're like, no, I just have a different opinion, and I'm not doing any harm to anybody. So and as I always say, do your life. As long as you don't bother me, I'm done. Do your life. I don't care. If you're not hurting anyone, if you're not doing anyone to anything, and you're living your life and you're happy, be happy. I don't care. That's it. I won't extend my hand to the person that doesn't ask me. That's it. That's it. If a person asks me for help, I will help them. If don't, fuck it. I don't care. And I'm like that. I was always being like that. Even with my own partner, my ex right now. If she didn't ask for help for me, I will not help her, because it doesn't grow from me doing that, because sometimes it's like you're meddling into something that you don't have to meddle. That's it. But if I stand in my hand and help you, I hope and I expect that you do the same. Don't do that of I extend my hand and help you, and then you just wash your hand when I need your help, even if it is just
Unfortunately,
talking,
there are people who are like that. You could
and I had
help
five
them
of
and bend over backwards for them, and they don't appreciate it. They just
dude. I
take you
used
for
to
granted.
some days I had to work at 8 and I was staying until 5 talking to them, and I didn't sleep that day because I wanted for them to have a friend to actually listen to them. So then when I saw my own reality that I have to listen to you, and the day I have a problem, you just wash your hands. Fuck it, I don't care anymore about you. It's like that. I don't have no problem to actually helping you. I've done things that I that I shouldn't have done ever just for friends. And as I realized that those 8 years, you realize that they don't want genuine people. They don't want your opinion. They just want you to. It's like, how do you call it? It's like I want to reaffirm my ideas, not to give your opinion. You know. uh, Sometimes I realizes that I'm that one they used to say to me, I'm like Shay Sherman, because I say everything stinks. And sometimes I think like that because I'm 34 years old and I'm kind of done with that stupid. They were like 27, 28 years old, so they were kind of still young. But still, I think that if you have a like here in Argentina, we say two fingers in the front of your head, which it means like you use your own mind to actually think things through. You will understand that sometimes we need that kind of relationship that goes both ways, not just one way when you need it, and then you discard me as a as a handkerchief, as a used handkerchief.
Well,
Uh,
I know where you're coming from because I'm 44 years old and I'm finding that as I'm getting older, I really don't have any time for any bullshit.
yeah,
Like I'll
yeah,
tell you exactly how it is. If you don't like it, well, that's on you.
and that's a problem nowadays because you can't do that anymore, and it's such a shame. Because let's be honest, and I'm gonna be completely honest on this. You can be whatever you want. I don't care. You can tell me I like dude, I like girls, I like transsexual, I like whatever. I don't care. How are you with me? I'm respectful. I'm a great person. Great. Can we share a pizza? Yes. Can we share a beer? Yes. Can we talk about our life? Yes. Are you gonna start pushing me your ideology and everything? Yes. Then we're not friends. That's it. Because I will not push my ideologies. We will talk about shit. We will talk about life, whatever, and I don't have any problem. I will tell you like that. I will. eat a pizza with you. I will I will even make the pizza if you want. If you don't like like going to a bar, we'll make homemade pizza. I don't care. If you want to talk, you have a shoulder, man, to actually like hear you, or an ear, sorry, or shoulder to cry. They say it, sorry, and I have no problem to do that, and I have no problem. But don't come with like trying to push your idea into me. That's not going to work, never, because I have had people try to. Sometimes you can change my mind. I've been changed my mind sometimes, but you can. Hello, how are you, Phantom Hooligan? And sometimes you can change my mind because that's a normal person. The normal person can change his mind sometimes because they give you good points and everything. Okay, I can understand it, but don't try to tell me like, for example, one day we were talking about like kids should never ever ever be reprimanded. Should we call like scolded? Let's just call it scold. At any case, and I was like, dude, you don't have kids. I don't have kids. My brother, who has kids, has told me that sometimes you need to scold a kid because they don't understand. Yeah, sure, you can come in. And I was like, yeah, I can tell anything about that. And they say to me like, no, because a good parent actually have to be. No, you don't have kids. You don't know how your kid's gonna. One day you're gonna be up the top of your head and you're gonna scold your kid, and then you're gonna realize that sometimes kids need that because a no is bigger sometimes than a yes. Because I had friends of mine that actually, you know, I had my problems. I had my share of problems, But as a kid, I tried to be the best that I could. Oh, hi, Cash Money.
Welcome,
Um,
Cash.
What's up, guys?
and sorry, once again, I'm talking a lot. And we went from one thing to another, like I always do. Sorry, people.
It's all
and
right.
and like I said, we are too. Sometimes it's funny because we say it, but even as to the some people will tell me you're not old. I'm old. I don't care. Even as a 34-year-old, I'm done sometimes with that bullshit that they say, like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And you haven't had the experience to actually say that. Because when you have the experience, it's like same as saying as something so stupid as saying, for example, that you are not, for example, one friend of mine used to say that, and that's the funny part. He used to say, and I'm not joking, you don't know if you like guys until you kiss one. He used to say that. And I was like, no, I don't want to kiss a guy. But he told me that, but you don't know it. No, I don't like. I don't like it. I even think about it, and it gives me something weird. It's like I reject it. My body rejects it. I'm done. That's it. That's it. So how can you say that I should actually try it and say that to me? And that open another discussion for another time. But and they actually tried to change my mind around it a lot. He tried a lot. He even used to kiss some of my friends because they say like it's no big deal. Uh, uh, I don't know if he's bisexual or whatever, but up to this day, he had a kid, and I only know him for only having two girlfriends ever. So I don't know. Not my problem. He's a good guy.
Well,
He treats me well.
I do want to ask folks in the chat. I also want to ask Anomasa and Cash Money. What are your thoughts on Elon Musk buying Twitter?
You want to go first, man? Or okay, he's not saying anything. I guess I'll go first. It's great. It makes people cry. It's fantastic. It's just like these people live in this little bubble and stuff, and they think, oh, we will cancel people that we don't like. It's I don't like what that person said. Yeah, you're not supposed to always like what people say, but that doesn't mean their speech needs to be taken away. I've seen some really ignorant things that people have said on comment sections, but I wouldn't ban them for it. It's so weird to me. But Elon Musk decided, well, we need freedom of speech again, and since Twitter has been used as a tool for a lot of evil, I would say this is probably refreshing. But there's still a few people that need to be unbanned that haven't been unbanned yet. So Elon's got to keep working on it.
Yeah, heel versus babyface as his
Yes,
original
yes,
Twitter.
yes. I feel like pushing that message, even though I don't know that guy, but I know he doesn't deserve that.
Yeah, he just said one quote from Game of Thrones, and he was gone.
Yep,
And-
stupid. Yep. That
But let's
that
be
problem shouldn't be that. So hopefully that'll be worked out. So that's good. Yeah. But
let's
yeah,
hope
it's
so.
great. It's great. We need this. We need this on. We need an Elon Musk on YouTube and everything to make these people melt down. Who basically say that your speech is invalid because it doesn't agree with my ridiculous opinions. And usually, it's always a ridiculous opinion. So yeah.
But o sea, sorry, sometimes it comes out the Spanish in me. Let's be honest. Nowadays, just for the fact of seeing all the memes and all the reels and all that,
Oh yeah.
I having the best week of my life because I'm seeing. It's like you're seeing the meltdown live, so it's great.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm approving everything that even as the fact that he started like showing that only thing that he started like reinstating accounts because he can see as a lot of people can see it what they actually said and what became what the ban and all that. He will probably say like, this is not bannable, this is free speech, I'm done.
Yeah.
And we've okay, let's be honest, everyone here probably have seen, and I remember a lot of that, that a lot of people actually saw what some people say, and they haven't been banned, and
Mm-hmm.
they have gone not across the line of on the sand, have gone across the sea with some of the things they said, and I'm like, the people that are hi George Lucas, the people that. For example, George Lucas, and I'm just joking. For example, we have seen people say, and I'm not going to repeat it here, but we've seen everybody should like die, and I'm not gonna say who specifically, but and that those
Mm-hmm.
people are still there having an account and being completely fine, and I'm like, I've made a comment that it was from Game of Thrones as a joke, and you not even ask him, you just deleted
Mm-hmm.
his account completely. Uh,
Yeah.
so it's just, and like I said before, just because of the reads and all that and the structure and everything, I'm happy because I know for a fact that now in this moment we have a lot of Twitter workers right now shaking in their boots and doing whatever they need to actually stay, because
Yeah,
they've been
because you
doing
know
for
what
yeah
happens when new management comes into any
yeah
business. They look at
Mm-hmm.
the employees that are there, they evaluate them, and they determine whether or not they're suited for the company anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Did I
I
just
can remember.
read that Elon Musk locked them out, locked a bunch of them out of fear for um, uh, sabotage?
Well,
Mhm.
what about Discovery Plus or whatever? Or Discovery, are they gonna do more change Warner Brothers? They're getting rid of people like they were
It
saying
sure
that
sounds like that.
Batman and
I would
Superman,
love
and
that.
of course, as my friend, I agree with him as well. We need Wonder Woman as the face as well to come back because those are the
Yeah.
three that did start up basically the Justice League. So yes, we need those three to be the face of DC again. If that's the case, I think it would be a lot better. I think
Okay.
maybe we can go in a better direction again with DC films. Even though I like the Batman a lot, it still has some problems.
Okay, have you ever seen the video of I can't remember who it was, but it was an old guy that actually had a stock from a company that he just bought, and he went to the 14th floor and he started asking like what they do, however they do it. He was like, I'm kind of slow, so I asked for a guy, another guy, until one of them told him like, they don't do anything. I don't know what they do. Honest to God, I investigated them and I don't understand what they do. And he just like fired the entire floor completely. Like I think it was like 40 or 50 people went fire. And probably Elon Musk is doing right now. That is going like floor to floor, seeing people what they do. And I assure you that the people that actually lock down or whatever, or the ones that are shaking in their boots and like making mean tweets and all that, he's probably assessing all that. And he's
Yeah,
just saying,
you,
Well,
"Who's this guy?"
have you ever
you've
seen
seen
the
What's
movie
Office Space,
Office
right?
Space?
yeah,
Me and you're thinking
Yes,
alike
right.
here.
Yeah.
yeah. I would love
Yeah.
to actually. How is it called? The movie that it
Some,
was like. No, how is it called? The one that is actually the guy that was hypnotized to not care for his job, and he started like making a.
that was Office Space.
Isn't that
Yep.
Office
There
Space?
we
Yeah.
go. Off the space. It's
Yeah,
something like that. They will.
there's some Bobs coming into that building
Yeah.
pretty soon.
Yes,
Yep.
that thing. Oh, hey, Michael Bolton, man, Michael Bolton. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Like
just
the
a
singer?
coincidence.
What
the
exactly
singer?
do you do here?
Yeah, Michael Bolton.
What do you do here?
I'm
What
a
is wrong
people
with you
person.
people?
I
That's right.
talk to people.
I'm an SJW.
But like that woman also in there, like, oh, you got a case of the Mondays. Like, people are still like that now, and it's just like, dude, just get away from me. Just go away.
Can't say something like that.
So that's the moment that I have to realize, as we all know, Elon Musk doesn't like any kind of bullshit. He's gonna be like, "What do you do here? I do this." No, really. What do you do here? He will be like that.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
go.
it's just funny because all these people are melting down, even the news and this and that. It's hilarious. Like, a lot of the mainstream media is having a meltdown over this and talking about how he's gonna bring out all this misinformation. The hypocrisy never ends.
They want
It really
laws
does.
now in place to stop his misinformation.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, Elizabeth
That's
Warren.
hilarious.
Yep.
Uh,
She's
I
another
heard her quote.
nutcase.
Wow.
Yes,
Yeah.
YouTube. Did you hear what I said? Elizabeth Warren is a nutcase. So listen, YouTube, if you're listening.
She's Native American. She can't be a nutcase.
Do you believe
Hold
she-
on. I got a clip for that.
All right.
What?
Okay, it's funny because we all know it. Those meltdowns are great just because we know who's getting their mask off right now, because they're trying their best to actually like push
Yeah.
something. And, the media is almost funny because I am seeing here in Argentina, imagine that we don't care. I was talking to my mother, my father. We actually have dinner right here, and they all told me like, I don't know who the hell that guy is. And my brother started talking like he's a moron, he's this and that. I was like, where do you get that? He was like, oh, the news always talks about him. Then I said, oh, so did you believe that whatever? And I started talking to him, and he wouldn't believe me what I said. I said like he owns PayPal, he did this and this and that. I said, I don't know if he's a bad guy, but at least he's trying. Let's compare it to any other. God damn it! I see the news every day, and I see how much they brainwash to believe whatever they want you to believe.
Yes.
So I still prefer to actually have that freedom of speech, which will be great, because I always in Facebook I have to like write my words in a specific way because I know I get 7 days ban or 30 days ban. Like one day I made a stupid joke because here in Argentina we use a word that is commonly known as saying FAG. I don't want to say it just in case because it's your channel. And I got a ban for 7 days, and I was like, that was a joke. That was a joke because I said that whoever eats milanesa this way is a something, and that was a joke. But they don't care because it's a hate speech. It's hate speech to I'm sharing it with my friends.
It's a cop out, man. The hate
and it's
speech
like,
thing. Yeah, it's
yeah,
a
but
cop out usually.
I was sharing it to my friends. Who the hell is gonna see it? My friends, my 10 of I have, I think, as much 40 friends in Facebook because I started deleting everyone, and I only use it to like make that post in marketplace or something like that. I don't use it as all as a social media nowadays. So I was like, okay, keep your goddamn Facebook. I will not share anything else, and I never share anything else after that moment. I only share 2 things: when I finish a game and whenever I have to sell or buy something. That's it. I'm done with Facebook, and the same as happened to Twitter. Nowadays, people tell me, how do you tweet? No, I just give a like or share. I don't care anymore to talk. Perhaps if I find something that's kind of interesting. For example, the other day, I found, and this was connected to hate speech or whatever, because I share, and I'm not joking, here in Argentina, a guy opened an OnlyFans for his sister. And his sister is actually a minor, and he is actually having sex with her sister.
No.
So that's
That's disgusting. That is disgusting.
And that's the point. I showed it. This is happening in Argentina, and nobody cares. And it was like Twitter showed me like, you can say this here. And I was like, are you shitting me? And I deleted the post. I think I just share it without any kind of explanation. And I was like, for a person that actually sees this in another language, he will not understand it. But this needs to stop. This is the point that we have come to. And when I try to share it as a news, people like the same program told me not to do it. So I was like, how can I show you this? That this is a because it was degenerate. That's a degenerate thing. Let's be completely honest. But they don't care, and it's like Twitter. You actually have to say something that we like. If not, it's gonna be show. And Facebook, whatever social media nowadays, you can say anything because you're gonna end up being labeled as something bad. So it's great that Elon Musk bought it right now because we know for a fact that he's gonna try to change some of that, and I hope that he does it because nowadays I'm even scared sometimes to even share a show because I know for a fact that it's gonna be by end there. They can cancel you for whatever, and I'm like, ah.
They're looking
Yep.
for any reason to cancel anybody for anything.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
And so with this whole thing with Elon Musk and Twitter, this is going to probably have shockwaves all over. I'm sure you Google and who owns YouTube and so on are going to Facebook are going to be they're afraid that this could be because Elon could be like, hey, maybe I want to buy Google now. Do I got enough money?
I wish.
But
He's addicted to his
Twitter's a big
couch
step.
cushions.
Twitter is a big step, and you can see the way people are when somebody else takes over, and the media, and they cry and they whine and they sit in their little corners in their golden chairs, whatever they do, and they're the ones who have been having misinformation, sending it out to people. But Pacific and I talked about this recently. You listen to like the guy, well, I like to call him Morning Schmo, and I don't care what YouTube has to say about that. You listen to Morning Schmo, you know what I'm talking about, Pacific. And he was saying, we are the one who are supposed to report the news.
It was
we.
that
Oh,
Nika
goddamn.
or whatever her name is. She was the one that
The
was saying
scorpion
we're the
lady,
ones
I
that
like to
are
call her,
supposed
yeah.
to
Mhm.
tell you how to think. It's like, go fuck yourself.
Seriously.
That Fruit and Sleep was awesome because we knew
Yep.
it for a fact that she didn't want to say that, but she said it, and it was
Yeah.
on. But we already saw that when. Do you remember that this is a big hit for democracy? That video that actually showed the news that 40 to 50 different channels told the exact same kind of narrative, exactly the same,
Well,
word by word, and it was
Not
like,
only that, people saying that they're leaving Twitter, kind of like the people who said they were leaving for Canada.
honest to God,
Well,
I left
word
Facebook.
for word, verbatim, the post
Yeah.
said the exact
Funny.
same thing. This platform isn't what it used to be. I've been here
Yeah.
since
Oh my
2008.
gosh.
I've
I
been here
can't
since.
censor people anymore.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
like
gonna have
it.
pushback.
Yeah,
This
I know.
my action will have consequences. Help me.
That's right. Exactly.
God damn it! That is one of the things that I hate because I know for a fact that some people deserve to when they say they shouldn't cancel anyone and they deserve to be canceled. I'm like, you're never gonna get canceled, and I don't care because
Yep.
people shouldn't be canceled at all.
No. And you can't let people cancel you if they ban you on some for telling facts about on some website. They ban you for this. They ban, and then they don't even give you a reason why they ban you because they're little pansies, little weasels living in
Yeah.
the sewers, as I like to say. But it's ridiculous. You come out and say things, and they could say, oh, maybe you cussed and we didn't like you cussing, or you said this. No, they just don't like facts. They do not like any kind of facts that you give that doesn't follow their bullshit narrative.
Facts are
It's-
scary, Cash. You know that.
I know. Facts are scary. It is. Asking questions is scary, especially to our own government over here. It's really disgusting. Yep.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Mhm.
if you don't believe me, what I always say and I always repeat it, you're for the first time actually living what it means to live in Argentina, because here we have politicians that are a disaster. I'm not joking; they are a disaster.
Oh, I'm sure.
And one of them is actually, this is funny because that is, people say it's a rumor, and I say no, it wasn't all the news because this was a reality. The day that our last ex-president actually left, she grabbed a lot of money from one bank and bring it to another province, and a lot of people were telling me like, nah, that is bullshit. I was like, no, there's news about that how they left some of those trucks with money from one province to another because she needed that money where she needed to live. And I was like, a president doesn't get $7 million for being 4 years as a president. And once again, this as I say, these are all rumors, and I'm gonna say there are rumors. Yeah, sure, but the news show it. So which one should I really care? Like, and they say no because it's the opposition. The opposition only shows you that because they want to smear my name, and it's like that's not a position mentality. Those were actual facts because they showed the money how it was leaving from point A to point B. Those weren't like normal trucks; they were money trucks, and we know it because it says in the middle of the truck, like transport of money from one place to another. And it was weird that the exact name that has whatever. Anyway, and as we know it, that happens. As same as I said once again, then the news shows you that they buy boats. They don't care anymore. This happens here in Argentina, and it's normal. And people will tell you like, no, no, it's not. It's not normal. It should be illegal. Who's gonna stop them? Tell
Nobody.
me.
Nobody's going
If
to
the
stop.
of course not,
They've
because the
already
media section.
done it. If they're already doing it over and over again, and nobody stopped them before, who's going to stop them now?
Nobody, and I don't care anymore because that's a reality nowadays. They will tell you like you should vote this, you should vote that, and the guy that actually comes new is exactly the same as the last one, and it's like they don't care about us, and we know it now because we actually saw it, and probably you saw it too. That the guy that it wants the Great Reset is actually talking about how great is our president here in Argentina. And that guy is just a disaster, but I mean a disaster. If you think your problem is 30 trillions of dollars, you don't know how much we actually owe ourselves. So I think we have a deficit of over 100 years for what they said. We actually have to pay for 100 years. So yeah, it's like we live. That's it. And sometimes it's funny because they will say to me like, "Don't talk about this," but I'm like, they say it on the news. Why can I say it myself on YouTube? Because you are not the right person, and that happens the same on Twitter, and it happens the same on Facebook. You're not the right. You're not the approved person. Sorry, approved person. And
Dude,
that's the point.
right, and whatever people want to believe, like Facebook and stuff, even your friends, they say such stupid, ignorant things, and you just go, "Did you really type that? Are you really believe this? Are you really this stupid? Like, what is wrong with you? How much mainstream media do you watch a day? What is going on here? Like, and it just makes you not want to use the platform. And then when you find out people are getting censored, which people are still getting censored on Facebook, people are still getting censored even on YouTube. I know YouTube. You heard me say it. Oh no, so it's just a giant clusterfuck, really, what it is, and it's just hopefully with this Elon Musk taking over Twitter, like it's obviously making people scared, so that's a good thing. We need more freedom of speech on these platforms so we can speak our mind. It doesn't mean you go out of your way and say such racist and hateful things, but still,
No. But if there's a point that you need to make,
that's right.
then you should be allowed to make it.
That's
right.
right.
I could say something that you don't agree with, Cash. Elon Musk could say something that I don't agree with.
Yes, that's
Dan
right.
Zola
Yeah,
could
but
say something that Cash doesn't agree with.
That's right.
Oh, have you seen that they are trying to push that if he blocks somebody, he's actually not, in fact, pro free speech? And it's like, don't you understand how free speech works? It means that you have the opportunity to say whatever you want. It doesn't mean that everyone has to hear it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, people were even getting banned for saying things about Naughty Dog. Now, where Twitter is, the way Naughty Dog is, it's kind of like, yeah, go fuck yourself, because it's just, I don't really
what
care
Jeremy
for some of
says.
your division. Yes, he has been a lot. I've noticed. he's
taking
been
his
on
victory
that.
lap.
Yes, he is. It's funny. Yeah, it's.
I mean,
just
I'm going to
stupid.
use a baseball term here. Sometimes you have to throw that fastball high and inside to back him off the plate.
Nice. That's right, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I love I still don't understand because I understand it and sometimes I don't. But when they say hitting for the fences, it means what? To actually get a fail ball or to actually hit for a home run? That's a thing that I could never understand. I'm not joking. I have played baseball, but I still don't understand it.
All right. Well, we'll help you out, me and Mike, if you want help.
Yes,
please,
not only do I talk about pop culture, do movie reviews, episode reviews,
I think there's a person who talks
channel.
about baseball. Yeah, I do too. Yeah. Yeah.
Could anybody explain to me what it means? I'm not joking. I still don't understand it. Hit it for the fences. It means to actually hit for a fail or hit for a home run.
swing for
You're
the fences.
Swing-
You want
swing
the
for
guy
the
to
fence.
try to hit a home
Uh,
run.
trying your
Unfortunately, this past
Oh,
Sunday
man.
during the Cubs Pirates game, that's exactly what
Ugh.
the Cubs were trying to do in the bottom of the ninth with one out when they had two guys on. All they had to do was get a simple base hit, and we would have either tied the game or won the game.
Mhm. Right,
Sorry, it's all
yeah,
right. Sorry,
I know.
little
So-
rant
Everybody
there.
wants to be the big
So-
shot, though.
But yeah, but Nerd Portal, you bring up Sonic Origins. There's supposed to be some problems with the DLC, and you're not getting everything, and then you have to spend extra money on these modes. It's stupid, man. Do these companies understand that this stuff is stupid? They should be all about making money. And so every year, and I had this discussion with my friend earlier. Every dang year, they're like, "Oh, we need to bring this out. Oh, I can't believe this made money." It's like, do you people live in a bubble sometimes? Because we tell you, the fans, the consumers tell you they want this stuff. And what do? You don't give it to them, or you make excuses about it. Ugh, it's
Okay,
annoying.
that's the funny part because I can tell you this. You can buy it or you can buy it for more than one person. So in the Xbox, for example, if you can, me and my brother, we can actually buy it at the same time by just buying it once. Why? Because you can actually share it. You know, there's a way. Anyway, it's completely legal. First and second, that's the funny part. You can actually buy any kind of DLC in less price because first we live in Argentina. Second, there's a sale because in Argentina they know they have to make a sale to just sell this. So this game actually, even with DLC and everything, is only $25. I don't know how much you actually have to pay for the complete version. And between my brother and me, it will be only $10. So it will be like $10. We don't care. But that's the thing. As I saw the actual reality, because I said I want the complete version. I don't want the DLC and all that
No.
bullshit that they're gonna sell it. There's no complete version. I was
Yeah,
like,
there's no complete version. That's
I
why it's
was-
like it's some shady
yeah.
stuff that Sega's
So-
doing. It's like, come on, guys.
but I know for a fact that they're trying to do this to actually get, and I know it. They're gonna do that. They're trying to do this to get a lot of heat because they're
They
gonna
are,
say
yeah.
like, "Oh, this is bad," and they're gonna say, "Okay, we're sorry, we're gonna change this," and they're gonna sell it a lot. And this is a reality. They have done this a lot of times because the Street of Rage 4, when it first came, they said that they were gonna sell it completely, and I bought it. It was $25, and I was like, "Okay, I don't care. I want it. $25. I will get it first day. You know, I pre-bought it, whatever." And then they said they're gonna release the DLC, and I was like, "Okay, how much is the DLC?" And here in Argentina, if you bought it on Steam on Xbox, it was like $1, and when you buy it on PlayStation 4, it was 10. And I was like, okay, they're not gonna sell it at all on the PlayStation 4 that way. So they, in the first week that it was released, it was only $5. I was like, $5 is more manageable than 10, and it makes sense because it has characters, whatever.
Yeah.
So they mostly do that when they sell this kind of things. They try to push you into buying it like the first day, and then when they see they don't get to those sales that they were hoping for, they actually release it a little bit less pricey. Sonic Mania nowadays is only $1 if you want to buy it complete with DLC and everything like that.
Yeah, just give us a
So-
dang complete version of Sonic Origins, and I'll buy it. I don't want to be like, oh, if you get this version, you get this, and if you don't get this version, you get this. It's like, this is
We
stupid.
want you to spend $200 and get the ultimate version. I don't
get
want
the
to spend
ultimate
$200 on a
version,
game I
yeah.
might only play
Ah.
once or twice.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's another thing that I have because I love Sonic. I love every kind of game of Sonic. I'm still waiting for the goddamn Steam. Bring me Sonic Heroes. I need it on my Steam collection. I don't care. Want to charge me $20? Charge me $20. I don't care. I want Sonic Heroes. But that's the problem that I have because I like to buy games at least sometimes when it's cheap to buy it in different platforms.
Yep.
And I know for a fact that I'm never gonna buy this one on Steam, even if it's cheap. Because on Steam there's a problem. You have the Sega Genesis collection, which works exactly like that. So it will be kind of stupid to actually buy it a second time. So
Yes.
I'm like, why do I
Yeah.
care? Because DLC, because the animation and all that. And I'm like, I have to pay a lot of money just to have the animations. For that, I prefer to buy it on Xbox One or my PlayStation or whatever to have it on another console. So Steam should actually say like, okay, in other places we're gonna sell it, but in Steam we're gonna sell it this price. Why? Because we know for a fact that there are already people that like me or whatever that has the Sega Genesis game collections, that it has the same graphics and all that. What's the point to actually buy it the same? Well, you have the entire collection. Well, make it
Yeah, and-
make it cheaper.
And why, I Crit sent me this the other day. Like, why is games like Grand Theft Auto censoring things again? This game is built on, and it always has been. I don't know why these people would change the vision. This is why people have bought like GTA 5 like at least 5 different times or something.
Not me. I only bought it
Oh,
once.
Yeah, I just bought it
dude,
once on PC.
I have Red Dead
Sorry,
Redemption in
too much
4
of it.
consoles.
Yeah, these games are supposed to be politically incorrect, and the fact that they have actually been censoring stuff, and they're like, "Well, we're hiring these people, we're doing this." I'm like, "So Rockstar," and of course, some of the people have left. Sam Houston has left. Some of the people who originally worked on the GTA series have left, and now they're telling us that these games are becoming censored. Why would I want to play GTA if it's becoming censored? Makes absolutely no sense. So is GTA 6 going to have to be censored? Or are we going to have this woke, whatever you want to call it, pandering, whatever nonsense? It's just stupid. So I just give us don't do this stuff. These companies are just they're changing so much. And then Take Two. I don't know if you guys
Mhm.
watched E3 last year. Take Two.
Yeah, Take Two does the
they
WWE games.
the Take Two decided to do this whole thing on a diversity course, lecture people at E3. Are you kidding me? Like, this is just stupid. Do these people understand that this is not what these conventions should ever be about? This is about making people excited about games. And so since 2019, um, it just keeps going downhill. And so my friends will tell me, "How are you not excited about games? Why aren't you excited about these movies?" Because
Dude,
we've seen, and I've said this before, we've seen better. So I want better.
dude, I'm playing
Heck,
right
dude.
now.
Cash,
I'm
you and
what?
I are excited about 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games that are
Yes.
Yeah,
coming
that one.
out.
That one is good. That one is good. I'm not gonna say no.
Man,
That one is good.
gosh. We
But
want to play the living crap out of that stuff until our brains explode because we grew up with that. And so this company who made the same one who made Streets of Rage 4, the
yeah.
way that Shredder's Revenge is looking looks amazing.
Why?
And if they
Because
throw
they're
in
actually
Casey
fans.
Jones, it's going to be even better. Yes, exactly.
They're
You can
fans.
just
That's the
yes.
same way happened with Sonic Mania. That it was
No.
made from a fan. The fan actually understands how the game works, the music that it needs, how it needs it, how it works. It's a game for fans, from fans, for fans. That's it. And
Right.
I'm right now
Yep.
playing Hackshiu for the 5th time, like I always say, and I'm just about to complete it, and I'm gonna feel that same gut feeling that I get when I get to play a great game and I finish it and I don't have any more game. I hate that feeling, but
Yeah,
it
and
happens.
yes.
Nowadays, no games have shown me like that. The last game that I played that I was like that was Tales of Arise, and I was so happy to actually get a game from beginning to end and be happy to finish it. Nowadays, Saints Row, the new one, I'm not excited. I don't care, and I love Saints Row. I played the first one, the second, the third, and the fourth. And the fourth, I was like, played almost to
Mhm.
the end, and my computer burned and I lost the game anyway, and I never finished it. And I was like, okay, Saints Row new, yeah, Saints Row, and they changed all of
Absolutely.
it, and I'm like, why do I
Yeah.
care? I love Saints Row because of that. Cash likes
Yes.
Ninja Turtle.
Absolutely. I grew up with
Who
that.
doesn't love Ninja
Um,
Turtles? And even the games are great,
yes.
except the first one for the NES.
Yeah, a
That
lot.
one is.
Yeah, we're gonna play that and suffer through it,
Well,
Mike and I,
I'm
when
go-
that
I'm gonna
collection
stream
comes
it.
out.
I'm gonna
Me
stream it
too.
once the game
Me
becomes
too. We're
available.
gonna.
Dude,
I,
dude, it's
mm,
online or not?
yep.
Because I'm gonna buy it the first day.
We're gonna stream it. We're gonna have the same impressions, I'm sure, that Angry Video Game Nerd had, and whoever else played that game. Yes, I've never
Nerd,
finished that game,
you're
so.
welcome to join us. Everybody in the chat, you're welcome to join us.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, and I've told people this, is because even my friend was like, "I know you hate everything," and then she shows a picture of Oscar the Grouch. But the thing is, um,
I'm Jay Sherman.
the the thing is that I would tell people, go ahead and buy this. I'm not hating on you for buying it, but stop sitting there and saying that these companies do nothing wrong. They
They do.
still
They
screw
do.
up, and they don't
Yeah.
need to screw up on these things, but they do. Sony screws up, Nintendo screws up, Microsoft. Stop letting these people off the hook. Oh, it doesn't matter. Who cares? You're just upset because no, we want to go into a great future. So let us keep going that way. When you guys do things that cause problems, don't do. They're like, Sega's like, okay, we're coming out with the remastered version of Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Raider. Okay, that's cool, but why can't we get a new Crazy Taxi and a new Jet Set
Yes.
Radio
Yes, that's another thing that
instead
I
of
have.
a remaster?
Because that's
Because
all
they
they want
have
to do now.
because they don't have the people to actually do it. They actually fire them or they actually quit. That's
Right.
the
And
reality.
Konami is the same way. It's like we got our
Oh,
Plinko machines, and then we're
pachinko.
like, we're going to give you
Freaking
freaking Plinko.
okay. I have
And
to
then,
say it. Metal
and
Gear
yeah.
Survive was the worst. I'm a
Mhm.
big fan of Metal Gear. I have all the games. I play all the games. I finished 27 times the first one. I know Metal Gear. What the
Mhm.
hell was that on Metal Gear Survive? What the fuck they were thinking about? There's no other way to say it. That's not a Metal Gear. That is nothing like it. And that's what happened. They sold it. They knew that it was gonna fail, and they just kept the It is like, if you don't want to make any more games, sell at least the IP to somebody that likes it. For example, they could give it to Kojima, even if he doesn't have the time or whatever. He could get it and be like, okay, I still have the IP. I can make whatever shit I want. And if he wants to make a Revengeance 2, it will be great. At least we have a Revengeance 2. But no, not even that. So when you have things like that, and that's a discussion that we actually had the other day when I don't know if he was by stream, that isn't needed a remaster. Sometimes it isn't needed. We don't need a remaster. We need, and if you make a remaster adding graphics or something like that, and done.
Mhm.
Don't try to change
Mhm.
it. Changing the base of the story, changing the characters, changing whatever you want to
Yep.
change, it makes a disaster. Because why? I bought the original, I play the original, know it from A to C. You change something, I'm gonna hate it because it's not the original with the new graphics or whatever. It's the same as you play. They made 4 different versions, I think, four of Chrono Trigger, and those
Mhm.
versions are always the same, and they add content like animations and whatever. And even the PlayStation 1, that it was shit because of the loading time and all that, it's a great concept because it has the animation, the music, and everything like that. And it's great. And you're like, okay, it's a new game, it has a remaster, but it makes sense. Now, if they had made Chrono Trigger, but we changed it, like, we made
Mhm.
the robot is now a they instead of a he.
Mhm.
And it's like, why?
Mhm.
Have you
Mhm.
ever played Chrono Trigger? It's like, yes, and
Yeah.
it was not diversive enough, and it was like, fucking shut the fuck up. I mean, like,
Yeah.
if you play that game, you understand how it makes, how it
Yes.
be, and it's a great RPG because of that. Because you played it, I played it 15 times until I get like I think it was 14 different finals, ending. Sorry, and I was like, I was happy to finish that game.
Yeah, I think they
And
finally. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no,
Didn't
and
mean to
that's another
interrupt.
thing that I want. That's one thing that last thing I will
Lucas,
say.
you have to interrupt him.
Yes,
Uh,
you had to interrupt me. I never stopped. But Chrono Cross, the same happened with Anonymous that I actually showed him. Chrono Cross, when the remake came, they actually add a lot of different things that you can do in the game, and it's shit because they actually let you do auto battle, do no battles at all, no encounters. Then you have a power up button. Then you have a like a super speed button. I'm like, this is not Chrono Cross. You have to
mhm.
play the game. This is to not play the game. Why the fuck will you sell a game that you have to play it? If a
Yeah.
Server Master added this as an option in the option menus, all disabled and not in the buttons of the game. I don't want
Mhm.
to press, for example, with I'm just playing. I press because I'm like kind of those guys that press the L3 or the R3 and the control because I do it sometimes because I'm bored, and I will be like no encounters or auto battle, and I will be like fuck shit this thing, and that's a thing that you need to actually think. So you make a remaster and shut up. Don't change anything. But they try to push that stupid thing that making a remaster and changing this and that and this and that and a big disaster. And that's what happened with GTA. Hmm.
Mhm.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, you can.
Good. No, it's all good. Yeah, I mean that's the whole thing. And Chrono Trigger is definitely one of the greatest MMOs ever. Excuse me,
Hmm.
JRPGs ever made.
And
But
they didn't add it in the SNES Mini. They didn't add it in the SNES Mini. How can you make a SNES Mini and not add it?
the PC version of that, the port that came out was a mess. I
Oh,
think it's a lot better. But the if you get a hold of the 3DS version, that's great. That is
first
great.
it's a DS version. which is great.
Mm,
I played it. And the second
mm,
thing, that's the thing on the Steam version. It's the same as the Android version, and that's what is shit. Because you have the
mhm,
same controls that it has on the Android, and it doesn't work
mhm.
because
But they fixed all that now, I think, on Steam, didn't they? They had been working on it. They wanted
I
to
think
fix
it
it.
was made by fans, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I think
Honest to God,
it's.
I'm never gonna buy it because I played on the Nintendo DS and I was so happy that it was without loading, great, and it was portable. That's the word for me, portable. Is it portable? I can play it even if the electricity goes out. Yes, that's great.
Yep.
Yep.
That's one thing that I hate nowadays because you're like playing and here in Argentina we have it. It's a big problem. We have power outages out of nowhere. Yesterday I had 3 hours without electricity at all because a power outage came because it was raining. Not joking.
Yeah.
And I was playing Hackshiu on my Nintendo Switch, and I was so happy because the second when the electricity went out, I was like, oh, I can still play it. So
Mhm.
that's great. But
Yep.
that's the thing. If you sell it portable, that's what I love because I have Chrono Cross on the PlayStation Vita, and I was like, I can play on the Vita. But they released it on the Switch, and I was like, oh, great! I buy it on the Switch. I put it on my TV when I want to play on the TV, and when I go to my bed, I have it on my hand, and it's great. It has that great thing, the Switch. And then I saw that little picture. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm not gonna buy this one.
Yeah.
It's
Well, as far as this article from the Gamer is concerned, it's by Stacy Henley, and it's a Sonic Origins. Different paid add-ons are everything wrong with Sonic today. Sonic Origins was supposed to set the table for Frontiers, but it's already making headlines for the wrong reasons. After various leaks and whispers, Sonic Origins has been confirmed. The game combines the first four Sonic games into one neat little package. Given that we already have Mania, which is essentially
Mhm.
an adaptation of these early Sonic games, offering levels and an aesthetic in the spirit of Sonic's initial titles rather than the like for like recreation. Origins seems unnecessary. Mania is incredibly popular and seems to give everybody a taste of the good old days without their flaws. But hey, I'm not a Sonic Mega fan. Maybe if I was, I want the warts and all original. Well, that's part of what makes the games enjoyable too, is accepting them for all the warts and flaws that they have
Mhm.
Mhm.
and learning how to counteract those warts and
Mm.
flaws if you can.
Not only that, Sonic Mania it's a great game, but it's not as hard as the original ones. I played the original ones, and sometimes the first one is it's brutal. The level from the level of the water that you actually have to climb like that airship kind of level. I can't remember the name of that world. That's brutal if you have to play it on the Sega. So nowadays people don't understand it that even I've been playing games all my life, and even as an old bastard like I am, I sometimes have problems with that level. So Sonic Mania is great, but it's not as hard as the originals, and I will always say the same. And even better because this is an opportunity sometimes that some people that don't own a Sega or something like that, and you only have like a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series S nowadays. It's great because you can buy it, and perhaps your kid or your nephew, or whatever, can play it. That's another thing that we try to do nowadays with anyone that we actually know. We try to make them understand how the games were back in the day. It would be great if they actually added, like I'm seeing right now, the promotion, if they add it on the Game Pass, because this way we can actually have not only a discount, but also like a try if it is good or not, if it's well done or not. But
Yeah.
even as that, we know that it's not the price that they should actually charge because
Yeah.
it's an
Oh
old one.
my. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Spock is here, dude. Where's Tim Talk to let us know if Spock's on? But he's here. He's
Yes,
here.
Spock
Like
is on. And I have
Mm.
extended the invitation for
yes,
Spock to come on the panel if he wishes.
Spock's here, man. Live long and prosper, dude.
That's right.
Anyways,
Indeed.
So,
Does he
yeah.
have a brain? That's the
yeah,
question.
yes, this Spock does have a brain.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
And
He
Absolutely.
still doesn't.
as a matter of fact, I don't know if you've seen his video. I'm going to go ahead and post a link to his channel, but check out his episodic series for Star Trek Online, that thing has ballooned. It has done so well for Spock.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, get the link for the episodic series, and I'll post it in the chat. I mean, that thing has exploded.
For
And
Rick
while you're there,
TOS?
he does it through Star Trek Online. All I gotta say is watch it. You'll enjoy it. And while you're there, subscribe to
Oh,
Friday nights.
All right. Very good. But
This is the game, right?
Yeah, it's Star Trek Online.
Oh, okay.
And Spock is currently having dinner. Let me guess. Plum meat broth soup?
I still
it's a
try.
rare delicacy. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah.
I tried that game. I liked it, but the problem was that I played it for like 2 weeks, and then it started like asking a lot of money, and I was like, "No, I'm done. I don't have the money to pay on the game."
But no,
the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold on. Attention on deck. Admiral on deck.
What?
Oh, hi, the Admiral.
Yeah,
We
the
found
Admiral.
Michael Chiklis's brother. That's amazing. That's great.
Yeah,
Or as his brother, maybe. Yeah.
I prefer us, brother. It sounds better.
Welcome, Brian.
Hello, Brian.
Brian,
Brian.
Brian,
Brian.
Brian.
Brian. Hello.
Brian, are you there?
Hello. Was it something I said?
I thought
Did
I
I
They're
say something
eating.
wrong?
He's
They're
trolling
gonna
us.
eat. Oh
Come on,
my
man.
god!
Don't be like that, man. Come on. Come on.
All right. Okay, I hear you now.
There we
you
go.
didn't hear us before.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
Zan Zolden was talking the whole time. I didn't want to interrupt
Yeah.
until it was complete silence. Because
Oh yes, of
We'll never be complete silence.
I'm kidding.
They
I'm
will-
kidding.
no, I will never stop talking.
All right. All right. I'm gonna play something because of that. There we go. Here it is.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It did.
I love that scene. I love that scene.
So you guys gonna play Sonic Origins?
I mean, as long as there's not some BS with it, is the deluxe edition actually worth it, or is it?
That's a weird thing because I don't think that chart is correct because it says main game and some of them don't have the main game listed. I'm like every category needs to have the main game
Yes.
listed. So
Yes.
Absolutely, dude.
so whoever made that is a moron.
Yes.
Let's be honest. I'm gonna wait until the day that, but because I like to
Yes.
buy even after I like to wait only the only thing I'm gonna say. If it is Kingdom Hearts, I buy it the first day they actually say like it's pre-purchase. I don't care. But if it's another game, I'll wait until 1 week at least
Isn't-
until it's released.
It's another few months before Kingdom Hearts actually comes to PC because I'll buy those games again if they're on Steam.
They're already on PC
'Cause
on Epic Games.
They're on Epic Games, though. I don't
Yeah.
want to spend money on Epic Games, man. Don't
Yeah,
feel like
probably
it.
they're gonna be released eventually on Steam, like 1 or
Yeah.
2 months.
I'll wait
But
for that.
I already have it on my PlayStation 4, my Xbox Series S, and if I could buy it on Switch, I would buy it on Switch because I already planning on all the games on the PlayStation 4, and I was gonna play on all the games on the Xbox too. But I know for a fact that the problem with the Switch that even on that's the funny part. Even using the connection of the internet connection, it had problems with the compatibility with the console, and I was like, God damn it! Not even that.
No.
It works awful. So I
Yeah.
tried it on PC once, and I was like, this doesn't work as it should be. I don't know if it was my graphic cards or something like that. So I have to be kind of, if you can try it as a demo or something like that, try it first because I think it has problems even on PC. I still don't know if it was my graphic cards or not.
So it looks like the digital deluxe edition. If you pre-order it, it comes with everything.
We know that for sure. Then there's not some bullshit with it.
Yeah,
It's-
so
it's
like it
actually
says,
on-
yeah, so for like mirror mode, 100 bonus coins, the letterbox background, whatever it all says included with pre-order. So the only thing is they don't have it for Switch. That's the one thing that's
I'll
annoying.
I'll wait for the user reviews on Steam. That'll give me an idea usually what.
Yeah, that's why.
Excuse me.
Sorry, that's why I didn't buy Sonic Colors Ultimate on the Switch first, because the first week I was like, yes, I'm gonna buy it. This is great. I'm gonna have, because I'm a big fan of Sonic Colors. I played on the Wii. I had it on the Wii.
I heard the
anyway,
port. I heard the
The
Switch
port was awful.
was horrible.
was awful. I'm not joking. I
No,
like I said, I have two Switch, and the first one is not so legal. Anyway, I
You have
tried
two,
it there.
You have two Switches.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I have one right now. I will buy a new one next week, but because I sold the other, I told the story like 2 hours ago. I sold the other one to a guy that actually wanted it for his kid, and I sold it really cheap because he wanted to give it to his kid to play games, and I wanted to buy a new one because this one has the problem that the display was a little bit scratched because the guy is only got a scratch and the Joy-Cons weren't working so well. So I said to him like, I leave it for you for $400. And the guy was, yeah, sure, I want it because here in Argentina is $700 new. I'm not joking. So I gave it for half the price, and I gave two games with it. And the guy was so happy that he actually showed me a picture and everything. Anyway, and with that money, I'm gonna put a little bit more. I'm gonna buy a new one from the box, because the other one that I have is, let's be honest, it's not so legal. So I use it to try the games, and if I really like it, I'm buying it. But if I don't,
be careful of what you're talking about on here. We don't.
Yeah,
want
yeah.
the
Sorry,
evil,
sorry.
The evil robots coming after Mike.
Yeah, the overlords.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna talk about it. So, I'm
Wait,
just gonna say.
are you being targeted by the Terminator, Mike? Oh my gosh!
Time has come. Execute Order 66.
Right.
Así
Dun 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 dun.
Anyway, and like I said, I played the demo, and I say if it works or not, and sometimes that game worked awfully.
What, Sonic Colors? You're talking about Sonic Colors, right?
Sonic Colors Ultimate, yes. The big problem that it had, sometimes it will crash out of nowhere, and you were playing like a level, and it will be like.
It's wonderful how they made the game worse, because I remember playing Colors back on the Wii, and that game had no problems whatsoever. So that's
Is Colors worth getting at some point?
The original is the original Wii version.
You can buy it Ultimate, but
it plays
only.
It's basically Sonic Colors is basically a ripoff or a copy, a homage to Mario Galaxy, because Mario Galaxy came out before, and it's trying to do all the same things as Mario Galaxy. You know, be in outer space, have orchestral music, but Mario Galaxy's better.
Yeah. By the way, since we have more freedom on Twitter now, like we should just roast a whole bunch of people. LeBron James is always easy to roast. Whatever. He may not even be on Twitter anymore. I love it.
Yeah,
it's great.
Colors Ultimate nowadays, I will not tell you to buy it, but if you find it for like a sale, only like $5, then buy it. If not, no. It works helpful, even on PC.
Is Doctor Who actually gonna get back to what it was? Aren't they thinking about bringing the older Doctors back?
I do have a story. I can shift gears real quick.
Yeah, sure.
All right, let me just highlight the actual story itself, and here we go. This comes from About It in the Comics, and it was posted on their site on April 26th. And it says, outgoing Doctor Who showrunner Chris Chimballs. Oops, sorry.
That's his name, right?
Freudian slip.
That's his name, yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're not the first one to call him that.
I know
That's all I've ever heard. I thought that was his name.
So those chin balls, man.
Yes. And hello, Matt. Welcome, brother. If you want to hop on, the link's up above. But
make it a complete sausage fest. Come on in.
Yeah.
Outgoing Doctor Who showrunner Chris Chimble anticipates Russell T Davies will ignore his changes to series lore. Good. It should never have happened.
Yes.
He anticipates it, but is it actually going to happen?
No. No, it's not. If I'm going to be realistic, it's not.
As they would say in Kicking and Screaming, there's a lot of slothfulness going on. If you've
You
ever
don't have
seen
to.
that movie, it's pretty good.
You do have to wonder, did he ever make any money for the company? Because we know it for a fact that it is the BBC. They get money anyways. But do you think that after all this, do you think that they will say like, did we get any money from this or not?
Oh no, there's no way they could have made any money.
Mhm.
How they had to sell it, didn't
Yeah, and
Yeah,
their latest special, apparently the ratings were even worse than the last one.
of course. It's a
That-
dumpster
it?
fire,
They
man.
know it sucks. They're well aware of how
It's
bad
not
it is.
hard. I mean, we can go on Twitter right now and make fun of Doctor Who all day and all night. It's not hard. I feel it's better to go on there, and since Elon Musk has bought, just go crazy. You don't have to go too nuts. I mean, Twitter could still be a double-edged sword. So even with Elon Musk owning it, but why not? We'll all just later on just tweet about how bad Doctor Who is, and if you want to give it a chance, go for it. But yikes.
I sometimes like watch an old episode of the classic or of the new ones before all of this shit. But the only thing that I can say, since I only watched the first episode when Capaldi actually regenerated to this thing, I'm not gonna call it for name. Uh, I was completely out because I had already had to fight with Clara and all that shit that it was awful because I was such an awful character that anyway. And as I started seeing like neurotic and all of those, neurotic ass whatever, they started talking. I was like, oh, well, it's a good thing that I never actually watched this thing because I will be like, and this is a funny thing. My friend and I, my friend that from almost 12 years, I got it into Doctor Who, and we actually enjoy to get together and like eat a pizza, beer, and watch some of the episodes because sometimes we don't have the time to watch it live. So we used to like watch it whenever we could. And the second that they actually showed Jodie Whittaker as a new doctor, we were like, I'm out. And he said like the same, I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
All right, guys, I'm gonna dip right now. Doctor Who is beyond my pay grade. I only know a little bit about Doctor Who, to be honest.
Dude, we're
Hey,
talking
you can go
about a
back
whole
and watch
bunch
it.
of
Dude, we're gonna
We're
talk for 5
talking
minutes.
about a whole bunch of categories, Brian. I
Yeah.
don't talk
Forget
about
Brian,
one or
dude.
another.
Yeah, well,
Dang it, Brian.
that's. I was only planning on being on for a few minutes anyway. So
Oh,
thanks for
all
having
right,
me.
all right.
That's another
He's
thing.
trolling
All
us.
right,
He's
brother.
trolling you, Mike.
Uh-huh.
He's trolling.
All right,
All right.
See you, man.
Okay.
Bye.
yeah, bye. Take care.
See you, dude.
Was it something I said? Come on,
Yes.
man.
Probably.
Come on, man.
Come
Come
on,
on,
man.
man. Where is it?
Uh,
Where's the no? All right.
Dude, have you
No,
seen
no,
the
I don't
last?
have
Clip?
it.
No clip? We don't got a clip?
No,
clip.
no, I don't have it. That's why I'll just say it.
Let's be honest. Have you seen the last thing that he actually started to do? How can they actually try to say that guy is fit for president? Sorry, but even here in Argentina, we have had our disasters, but not like that. Ah, we actually had that one. It was De La Rua. Oh, damn it! I hope they don't get to that point there, because that guy actually had to like live in a chopper because he was.
Get in the chopper.
It was literally like that because he was like one moment was in and he was in the chopper and this 5 seconds later and he was like going out and that's the funny part because he actually had to leave because people were going for his head. So yeah.
Real quick, in all seriousness, Brian, thanks for coming on, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brian, good seeing you, man. Maybe I'll take your credit one of these days. Maybe. Just maybe.
All right. So this article says, in an acknowledgement that will undoubtedly lead longtime fans to a sigh in relief, outgoing Doctor Who showrunner Chris Chibnall is near positive that incoming Russell T Davies will ignore his changes to the series lore.
Is that good enough?
We need the clip of the guy saying good.
It's going to take a lot of
Oh,
work.
good.
It's going to take a lot of work. Just like if CBS Paramount woke up one day and said, Alex Kurtzman, you're gone. It's going to take a lot of work to restore Doctor Who, and it's going to take a lot of work to restore Star Trek. Just like with Star Wars, it's going to take a lot of work to restore that.
Yeah, and I don't know if just
Oh, yeah.
ignoring it is
Nope.
going to be good enough. You know,
No, it's just like Jodie. She could have been. The funny thing is, this whole thing. People will say, "Oh, it's not." We're not telling people not to watch this stuff. I don't ever want to be like, "Oh, how dare you watch this stuff?" or "You like this game," or "You like this entertainment." But it's just we're just pointing out that Doctor Who has always been weird, crazy. It probably felt like some of the writers did drugs, but with certain episodes. But the thing is, even Honest Trailers pointed that out. But uh, it's just that it's not the same anymore. Jodie's character as Doctor Who, if you watch any of it or even a few episodes, besides the politics that is not necessary in this show at all, is just weird. Like, she's so indecisive about stuff. Some people have gotten in arguments with me about this, but she's like, "Oh, what do you guys think? What do you think? What do you think?" Like, she doesn't make the final decision, and I think right there that hurts the character a lot, because
that right there. I've been watching. Just started watching Tenet again, and
I like Tenet.
and
It's interesting.
Sarah Jane, the episode with Sarah Jane Smith, and then her and Rose were sitting there talking about the doctor. It's like, has he ever like tried to explain something to you and you say something back, and then he looks at you like you're a drooling idiot? You know, that's how he is. He is the guy who knows everything, and everybody else are basically apes to him.
Yep.
And why in the world? He never asks for their opinion on what to do. He just knows what to do, and he just manipulates people to try to figure out how to get it done.
Yeah, like Doctor Who has asked his assistants and other people like what he should do, but he always makes the final decision. As far as I've seen with other Doctor Who, and so if people really enjoyed this, which if they do, great. But I'm sorry, but not sorry, Reese's. I guess that I just don't. I don't want to put real life politics and how these characters are now. And I don't know if Doctor Who's become where characters have apologized to each other like a lot of these other shows, but it's just the writing can be a lot better. Doctor Who's always been weird, interesting storylines, and just fun characters. And
it's its own style. Nobody else has done this. This is its own thing, and it works. If it's done right. Davies was really good at it, and writing this. And who's the other guy? My brain.
Stephen Moffat.
Moffat, yeah, he was so good at it too, and it just when you got good writers like that, they can come up with creative, really intelligent stories that are still weird, but it's entertaining. It's so entertaining.
Yep.
But that's the thing that was great about Doctor Who that I could always say. It was like you could never know what is going to happen in an episode. Nowadays, it's like you see the beginning and you know what's going to happen. Eventually, nobody's going to die. Everybody has plot armor. And if it doesn't, it's like it doesn't work the same as always, When I was watching, sorry, please.
No.
I don't know if, like I said, I don't know when to stop. But as a reality that I knew from Doctor Who as I was watching it, what I really loved from the character that this one doesn't have, and that's why I stopped watching that one episode showed me, is that the charisma that he had, the Doctor, was that it will actually cut your own reality, that it was completely different from the Doctor. The Doctor was different from a normal person. And Jodie Whittaker, in only one episode, showed me that she's a normal person with a suit that calls herself the Doctor. She's not different than a normal person. So I was like, what's the point? I don't know if it was only me, because I was seeing it, that only episode was like, I don't know. This actress, I don't know if she's playing something else, but I see like a normal human trying to play a doctor.
Yeah, she's
Is it weird?
That's what I
know.
thought.
That she never watched the show
episode.
No, so
then it's
when you don't watch the episode, you don't watch the show. She didn't do her research, so she has no idea who the Doctor is and how the Doctor is. How can you play the Doctor? You can't. You're playing yourself with the Doctor's name.
Yep.
So that's the thing.
The Doctor has certain personality quirks that need to come across.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who the actor is; those personality
Yes.
traits need to come across.
Yes, and if you don't know what the character is, do your research. But nowadays,
Research, what's that?
I know, what's that? These people, if it's not Cowboy Bebop, the list goes on and on. It's like, did you actually watch what this character is or how this character acts? Do you care at all?
No, they want to
You
put their
know,
spin on it
yeah.
so they can stand out as something different, their own. Hey, I did this, doctor, and everybody, they're hoping everybody loves it, but they don't because it comes off as retarded and just crap.
I just, even I've been watching Moon Knight, and then I've only seen one episode of Halo, and I said, well, I just, even though it's not canon to the games, I'm just like, well, this, I don't know. It's
No,
like,
it's bad. It's
if
bad.
you like
I saw a
it,
clip
great.
from
If you
Halo.
like it, great. If you're a Halo fan, even if it's like it's not canon, I don't know if you're gonna like this.
No, I'm a Halo fan, and I hated it. It was god awful. I mean, if somebody likes something, I'm not going to disparage them. Hey, why do you like that? You're retarded. No,
Right,
no.
exactly.
I'm not going to do that. But for me, I'm just going to tell you how I feel about it. And Halo was dumb. And I'm glad. I mean, I cut out of the first episode, and I'm glad I did because it got worse. I know.
Well,
it got
yeah.
worse.
Now we have Master Cheeks, and there's already been jokes around the YouTube about that. He had to show his cheeks, but also the females got undressed and stuff. It's just weird. But I hadn't seen the episode. Crit was telling me about it, but I haven't seen it. I don't have Paramount
Okay.
Plus. So.
I have
I
to
saw a
say,
clip from Halo today, and I'm going, "What the hell is this shit?"
yeah, I'm a big fan of One Piece, and everybody knows that. Everybody that knows me knows that. I've been following since 2004. The day they actually announced the Netflix movie, I was like, "Fucking hell, they're gonna destroy it too." So if you, if you want to see me rage, I'm probably gonna do a video that the same day they actually release it because I'm gonna hate everything about it. If I not, it will be a miracle. I'm not joking. Because one of the biggest thing that I hate is when I see a dub version of an anime that I love. Because, for example, Luffy when he attacks, he actually says "Gomu Gomu no," which is the derivation of "Gum Gum," which it doesn't make sense in English because "Gum Gum" sounds awful comparison. So
it sounds funny though in English when he says "Gum Gum," though. Yeah,
and that's the problem that I'm gonna have at the beginning because I don't know if they're gonna change all the text because Zoro actually uses a combination of words that it makes a sense into an attack and also a food in Japan. For example, onigiri, it means devil cuts, which means onigiri, which is a food in Japan. So I don't know if they're going to use onigiri or they're going to use devil cut, which will make no sense at all. So that's another thing. When you actually have to adapt an anime or whatever, you need to be really, really tactful with what you do. And we know it for a fact because Cowboy Bebop, they didn't do anything tactful. They just throw everything they wanted into the pot and they say like this is gonna have this and diversity and more diversity. I was like, did you ever seen the show? I mean,
that's
the anime it's completely
really good. Yeah,
it's like making another show. It's like making Trigun the movie and make Bash a non-binary person.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's like trying to push something just because he's an alien and something like that. They will say, no, it's a non-binary now. Why? Because we care. Why?
Well, if you watch any of the Netflix Bebop, which Crit, you know this already, Mike. Yeah. Crit had me watch. I watched about 2 episodes. Let's try Netflix Bebop, as Crit always likes to say, just to troll people. But anyway, it was like, yeah, let's try this. And so Faye shows up. And she is going after the wrong mark, and you're like, that's not what she did in the animated show. It's like, did this woman Danielle Pineda, right?
Yeah.
Did she actually watch what Faye is? Did any of these people watch? Because John Cho seemed to understand to an extent who Spike is, and so did the guy who played Jet, because you could see the good banter between the two. But when Faye gets on there, and what they did to Vicious. Ugh, just no. So and if they say, oh, we decided to do it this way, it's like, then why is it there's 20-minute videos, 15-minute videos of people on YouTube who are fans of these shows did a way better job than Netflix. Way better. Like those are the people should be hired. And I've said this before, but just
The one you showed me the other day was 10 times better than the clip I've seen of the Netflix
One-
show.
Yep.
Only one word. They're fans. Fans. That's
Yep.
it. They love the thing that they actually watch it, and they want to prove. It's the same as saying, if you have to make a game, a game, whatever game, or if you have to make a show, if you have to make something that is the thing that you love, you're gonna try to get at most whatever you love of that show or that game or whatever. So these people don't even care about the show. They never watch the show. They don't want to watch the show, and they just want to throw whatever they want into the faces of whoever they're gonna sell it. So that's the problem. They don't sell it to anybody because the persons that actually are fans, they're not gonna like it. The ones that are not fans, they're not gonna watch it because they're not fans.
Right.
And if they try it, it's gonna be shit. So this, and the producers and the big ones, the big wigs or whatever you want to call it, will say this didn't sell. Of course, it didn't sell because it was made for no one. No
Right.
one. That's the biggest word. No one.
And
So-
some of my friends like it, and one of my friends, she always goes off about how it's the horrible hardcore anime fans and like they ruin this, and I'm like, no, Netflix ruined this themselves. They didn't need to worry about the fans ruining this. They ruined this themselves.
How can the fans ruin it? They're the one that
I know.
made it, and if they watch it, if they like it, then how is it ruined?
Exactly, man.
All they had to do, and they didn't do it, unfortunately, but all they had to do was follow the anime blueprint that it left.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's it. All they had to do was pretty much follow the anime, and they changed things, and they made Faye curse. If you watch any of the show, especially the first episode, she's like cursing up a storm. Yes, I understand this is a TV mature show. It's always been, even the anime was, but Faye just doesn't just curse to curse. It's just so ridiculous. It's like, did you guys, and it keeps making me ask the question, did these actors actually watch these characters in the anime to see what they're like?
Let's never never forget that single movie that actually shows how detached from anime it's Hollywood, that is called Dragon Ball Evolution. Let's never forget that one, because that one showed me from the first day I actually watched that movie. I was like, they don't know shit about anime, nothing at all. And then now show us once again that they don't know, and now Cowboy Bebop. Let's see how they go from One Piece, because even the original creator is there. It's probably like slapping. It's like giving slaps on the back of the head of every kind of actor, telling them, no, that's not like it. No, and even like that, it's gonna be shit. I know it.
It's just, I mean, One Piece could be good, but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do it right.
It's in the hands of Netflix, and they've already shown that they can't
they
adapt something that is very popular. It has a very strong following.
Mm-hmm. Yes, been around a long time. Yeah.
So
I feel depressed sometimes when I think about this. We actually had a Cowboy Bebop live action. It was shit. We are gonna have a One Piece live action. It's gonna be shit.
And they can't do it right. I mean, if it was up to me, like for example, we'll take Resident Evil. I would not have gone in the direction of Resident Evil just action. I understand a lot of those movies made a lot of money, but they could have just followed even later that they did with the house, and then they combined the house and then the Resident Evil 1 and 2 together. It wasn't that hard, I felt, if you do it right, to follow the games. You have the house, you know who Wesker is, and then of course they had that horrible show on the CW that didn't really see the light of day. And I'm not saying they can't race swap or they can't do this, but it just doesn't, it's just a mess. And so when you do these properties, if you're a true fan of this stuff, then you do it the right way. You take it, you look at it, you say, how are we going to make this work from the video game? And then you go from there. They could have made the whole thing work with the house, with Wesker. I know they've done this recently, but they could have just made it work and it could have been great. But they decided to go into this whole action situation and put characters in that weren't in the games, but they were in this movie, and so it's just a mess.
And that's another thing that they actually tried to prove once again and again and again. It's like they're trying. The only one movie that I actually see that it got to somewhere was Sonic the Hedgehog. Mario
Yes,
didn't
Sonic.
go. Yeah,
Sonic has actually done well, very well. I
yeah.
mean, yes.
And if you think about it, it's not even Mario. Mario couldn't do it. Street Fighter, it was a good movie after all, even as stupid as it was. Mortal Kombat the same, and as stupid as it was. But
It
as they
was,
started,
yeah, yeah, but Mortal
that,
Kombat still followed. You had the tournament,
yeah, yeah,
and especially the first movie. Like, it's a fun movie. I understand people think it's too cheesy, or it still follows
yeah,
the
it's still
game though
fun.
to an extent. Yes.
At least Johnny Cage is still fun, even as stupid as it is.
Yes.
It makes sense because Johnny Cage will be like that. He'll be
Yes.
a celebrity that want to fight, and
Mhm.
he'll be like, "I don't want to fight, but I have to fight." Okay,
Mhm.
and that
Yeah.
works in some point, and that's the great thing sometimes about those kind of movies because we know they were cheesy, they were stupid, whatever, but they work.
Yeah, it was
And,
cheesy, but like it still made sense to what the game was. So it's like, well,
mhm.
great. And I know the newest Mortal Kombat, I guess, turned out pretty well. I haven't watched it yet.
It's bad. Honest to God, as a
Okay.
big Mortal Kombat fan, the
Hmm.
character they actually add is stupid, and he has plot
Hmm.
armor. I'm not joking. He has plot armor,
Yeah.
literally, and it makes no sense to actually have that one. Honest to God, my brother will tell me like it's a great movie, and I was like, no, it was boring.
Yeah.
It's too long for it was, but a lot of people
Well,
like it.
yeah, I get that. Like, there could be, I don't know if there ever has been, but there could be like a Mega Man live action, but you just have to do
Oh,
it right. You got Dr.
Mhm.
Wily, you've got Mega Man,
Dr.
there's
Wily, I
all,
thought it was Dr. Wowie. If you
is
play
it,
Mega Man 8, you know
uh,
what I'm talking about. Dr. Wowie.
yeah, yeah, yes, I played it.
yeah, so they could do that, and if they really wanted to, and it's like the cartoon worked really well. They can do this stuff. It's just like we go back to the whole Inspector Gadget. You cannot make a live action film that's based on the animated show where you show the villain's face because his face
Yeah,
was not shown in the cartoon, and people go, who cares? It matters. And so that's why, like, Rocky and Bullwinkle, they at least tried. They at least tried with that live action movie. It turned out okay. They at least
yeah.
tried, you know.
But you
Yeah.
gotta understand what happens when it happens like that, because some Inspector Gadget, I still remember, it makes no sense to actually show the villain because it doesn't add
No.
anything at all. It's like
Exactly.
it didn't add anything at all to the actual
Yep.
movie. The same way could happen, if they make a Mega Man, Dr. Wily, it makes sense
Mhm.
because
Yes.
he actually shown he's
Yeah.
actually a maverick creator and all that. We
Mhm.
understand it. It's like okay, it works. But for example, if let's just go out of the box, and we say they add Zero because they're gonna make a Mega Man X movie, and I will be like, okay, nice. They were a Zero, and I will be like, nice. It's a great character and all that. And they actually add like a Zero, but it's a woman. I will be like, no, why?
Yep.
But you actually have characters that are women. For example, you could add Roll, which is funny because I still don't know if it's Roll her or Roll the robot. Because in Japan, I think it was Roll the robot, and her has another name. Uh, I can remember
Well,
the name of
I
the
know
girl.
as far as Mega Man and Roll are concerned, in Japan they were called Rock and Roll, just like Proto Man is known as
Mhm.
Blues in Japan.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the thing it makes sense because it's Rockman, it's Proto Man, which it makes blues. And I remember the Roll was there, but I don't remember Rock. Huh, I never knew that. It's funny. I never knew that, honest.
Yeah.
But
Well, I think the question should be, and especially since Twitter is now more open for people, or at least it feels that way now, we should ask the same question: do we trust Netflix to do justice with One Piece?
I don't.
I think that's the question.
I've never
But
watched the anime, but I can tell you right here, right now, I don't trust them at all.
yeah, that's my
mm,
problem too.
but that's the thing. They try to. This is the biggest thing that I always think of when they try to push something around anime. It's like they're trying to add something that the anime didn't have at all. It's like then no, they try to add a diversity. Doesn't work because it's not about diversity. It's a story about Japan. Done. It's
Yeah.
Japan. That's it. And then they do Cowboy Bebop. They try to add like a diverse kind of character, and like no, it doesn't work because it never was there.
That wasn't that's an issue, sure, but that
Yeah,
was a
I
small,
know. They
that was a
never actually.
small issue compared to
Yeah,
what they did to these characters. Yes.
but they didn't even understand the characters. It's the same with Dragon Ball Evolution. They put it in the middle of high school. How the hell will it work? This is not a story about high school. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
But they do that. It's like they try to add something that doesn't work with the story of the original anime. It's the same when they would do make One Piece. Imagine if they make One Piece and from one day to another they add like even as One Piece that is, we know they has cars and all that. They are, for example, a car out of nowhere to actually go from to get from one town to Alabasta. I can't remember the name of this town. I made it look in my head. Can't remember the name of the town they actually go where all those bounty hunters were. When they actually have to travel from there to Alabasta, they will like grab a car. It will not make any sense. So it's the same. It's like they try to push something that doesn't make any sense inside that story, which it won't be stupid because Ichiro is watching it. So
You know what really doesn't make any sense? I don't know if you want to actually read this article soon. You want to just continue this discussion, Mike, but
let's go ahead and continue this
okay.
discussion.
Just well, you have these articles up, so I'm like, we don't want to.
Oh, that's okay. They're in the description below.
Okay.
And if folks want
if
to
you
read
want to
them,
read them and stuff, because I
Yeah,
know you
yeah.
like reading these articles, which is fine. But yeah, the One Piece and all this stuff, I really don't understand it. I'm going to use Batman as an example. Did you all see the Batman?
yes,
yes, and I
Okay.
still plan on
I have
doing my
not.
re-review on it.
And the Batman, this is not really spoiling really anything, I guess.
No, go ahead, man.
Okay, but
I've heard a lot.
like it didn't see. I didn't pick up on this until my friend pointed it out. Basically, close to the end of the movie, the Joker is actually giving riddles to the Riddler, and you go, wait. I didn't notice this at first because I didn't pay close enough attention to it. And then my friend showed me it again. I was like, why is the Joker giving riddles to the Riddler?
The Joker has no business giving riddles to the Riddler. The Riddler's smart enough, intelligent enough to come up with the riddles on his own.
Exactly.
Apparently not in this movie.
Yeah.
They didn't do him right anyway. I mean,
No.
um,
They never knew when to end the movie.
yeah,
No,
they didn't
did
have
not.
to make him a cartoon, villain, but like
No.
Jim Carrey. But they could have done that way better than what they did.
Yeah, I like Jim Carrey's Riddler still, but I like Paul Dano's Riddler. It's just there's some things about that I was just like, well, that's just weird. And then, of course, my friend was like, well, people are saying they didn't want the Joker popping up. But Joker and Batman. I think to myself, no, I don't have to see Joker in every Batman film. I don't care.
Been done. He's been done quite often. It
doesn't matter. Exactly. It doesn't matter to me if you have Joker. I don't mind seeing different villains that we haven't seen. I would love to see Red Claw on stream. On live action. I would love to see Red Claw. Are we ever going to see that? Probably not, but I would love to see it. That'd be awesome.
Okay, so that's another thing that I have to wonder sometimes because I still don't know. This is just an opinion of mine, but still I haven't seen a better movie than Mask of the Phantom. It was name? I can't remember in English. Phantasm. There we go. Yes. That's a great movie from Batman. It shows everything it should show from Batman, and not even I've seen all the Batman movies. I still think that is the greatest one because it shows a lot of what Batman character it is. He's intelligent. He has the best kind of attacks and all that. They actually show him punching one guy from over a bike, jumping into the wheel and punching him. It's like God damn it! How can you do that? And then you remember it's Batman, right? And that's the funny part. When you actually have a character like Batman, you need to do it like. That's the funny part because the character that actually was interpreted by Robert Pattinson was more of the original comic Batman, so it was more like dark and all that. So when he started punching him, it was like, why? Batman will punch him once or twice and he's done. That is not needed, but then I understand that they tried to make it more like a. Anyway,
Yeah,
and
well, yeah,
and that just it shows a different Batman, but it's not the real Batman that we like, and not. But and sometimes I'm still thinking the same. I like all the other characters, but Robert Pattinson Batman, it's not. It was not his problem because he acted as well as he could. But sometimes it
Right.
made no sense into the character that is Batman. He's not like that. He doesn't take so much time to think about a clue or something like that. He's not like going like, oh, I need to. No, he's not like that. He's focused. He's focused all the time. He tries his best to actually understand everything. He sees a room once and he has to understand everything that happened right there. He doesn't need to focus a lot about that. He has his detective style and all that, but he doesn't need it anymore. He's already. But once again, this is a first year, second year, I think, for what everyone told me. I never read the comics, so I don't know. But as they told me this, kind of understand it, but I still don't know why they took so much time. And sometimes I will be like bored because I will be like, come on, now, do something. And it's like, okay, this is part of the movie. I understand, and they needed to make 3 hours. So I don't care. But after all that, even after I finished it, I'm waiting for a movie that is better than that one animated one because I love that movie and it's
It's
great. It
great,
shows
man.
best Joker I ever seen because I still understand, especially here. Sorry, this is another thing. Here in Argentina, we have it in Latin American voice, Latino, which it has the original voice that it had the animated series, which is the same I think for the animated because the animated series had Mark Hamill and I can't remember the name of the Batman. But here in Argentina, which is great because I think he made that movie and the voice actor, I don't know if he passed away or was fired in the middle of Batman the animated series, and not in the middle of
Michael
almost around.
Ansara, who was Mr. Freeze, he passed away.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, that in Latin America, I don't know if he was fired or he died, but that voice that was the last interpretation that he did for that character. So that was even better because even if the show didn't have his voice, that movie had it. So it was great to actually hear him again, and he was a great, Joker here. What most of the people remember him. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I just if DC wants to make me excited again, and I'm not really. I thought I was going to be interested in the Flash movie, but I don't know if I am. I'm certainly don't care much about from what I've read about Batgirl. Maybe it'll be better than I think it will. But if DC, Warner Brothers, whatever, want to make me excited again, especially DC, then give me something more like the first Wonder Woman movie because I enjoyed that a lot. Give me something more like Man of Steel. And as much as I like the Batman, I still have some problems with it. And I really wish that these comic book films would stop having underlining politics that are not necessary.
Yeah.
It's really annoying to me, anyways.
To everyone. Yeah, let's be honest. I was like, come on again.
Why do you think most of them either break even, don't make money, or barely make any money? The only one that in the past year that made any money was Spider-Man, and it didn't have anything in it.
Yeah,
and it had Tobey Maguire. We love Tobey Maguire.
Right. Yeah, and if Discovery wants to do a lot, this is what they need to do: is bring back these films. I wouldn't mind seeing another quality Superman film. Like I don't mind seeing the Flash and this and that, but I'm just worried. Maybe now it's going to be better with Discovery if they're really serious about making Batman and Superman the face of DC again or whatever. Then I think they could be on the right track, but we'll see.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that they at least make. I still haven't seen a good Superman movie since Christopher Reeve. Sorry to say, but the first one, even as cheesy as it was, graphics and whatever you want to tell it was a good Superman movie because it shows Superman as it is. Superman is a good person. He's actually always thinking about everyone but himself. He understands his powers. He understands even as an alien he thinks he's human. There are even jokes about that. and you understand it why he become like that, because he was raised as a human. He was raised between a good loving family, even if it wasn't his family, and he was, even as his father was telling him everything that he tried to like explain to him in between the fortress of solitude that he actually got, like he will give him advice and ways to think and all that. It made him a great character because he will put others over himself, so he will always do that. So
Yeah.
it was great that, and that was lost in some place, I don't know
I
where.
like Superman Returns was pretty good, but it has its problems. Man of
Yeah.
Steel, I thought was really good, but like the whole thing with Zod always
Yeah.
screaming, or as my friend said, he's like spitting in the mic all the time when he's yelling. And then, of course, I thought that fight sequence, for me personally, of Man of Steel went on way too long. But other than that, I enjoyed other parts of Man of Steel. I did not
Yeah.
like Batman vs Superman. I watched that recently. That was the extended cut. That movie is boring. I don't care how many times my friend tells me how good that film is. I roll my eyes.
Yeah, I can never get past freaking Lex
Them-
Luthor. What's his name?
oh, I had forgotten about that. I
Jesse
always
Eisenberg. I could not. I
Yeah,
still
I
can't
can't.
get past it.
I
He
can't. And my friend
Rocket
keeps,
Tracks.
yeah, she explains it to me. My friend that this is before he becomes Lex Luthor. I don't care what it is. It stinks. I don't like it.
I
I just don't
always
like it.
remember the scene from Martha. It's such a weird scene. God damn it! Why do I always remember that one?
And
And
Especially,
they're
real
sorry.
gonna,
quick,
yeah.
I just wanted to say hello to Pops. Welcome. If you'd like to join the panel, the link's up at the very top.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
just want, they're going to do a movie of Zatanna. And Zatanna is an interesting character. And she popped up, of course, in Batman the Animated Series, a few
Mhm.
episodes. You're like,
Mhm.
oh, okay. But
Wasn't
are they
she in
going to
like
do,
Legends of Tomorrow also?
I think so. Yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't watch a lot of that. It got
She's also
stupid
popped up
too.
in Young Justice, I think, too. Yeah. Um, the animated show. But we need, if we're going to do an origin story about her life, like they just do it right. Don't mess this up. Don't have it go woke or pander, whatever you want to do. I just hope that Discovery is like, you know what, we they seem like they want to clean house, so maybe they have to. And it's just like, all you guys had to do was do better. You want to make money for the company, but you wanted to go in all this CW
Mm.
nonsense. Like even the Batman, I can say I like it a lot. Would I want to watch it again like I would want to watch The Dark Knight? I don't know. Like I can watch The Dark Knight and Batman Begins about 100,000 times and still feel the same way. Even however people feel about The Dark Knight Rises, there's still a lot I like about that movie. But
Mm.
then Wonder Woman, the original, I can watch that. 84, I can never watch that again. Birds of Prey, I want to stay far away from that again. That movie
Oh.
basically only made me cuss, basically made me want to cuss after the film was over.
Just
And
I
watching
that
didn't
the
want to
was
see
trailer
it
made me
because it
want to
looks
cuss.
so terrible.
it was just awful. It's
Dude,
awful.
Birds of Prey. I still understand how people can defend the fact that Harley Quinn, the girlfriend of the biggest villain in the entire town, actually comes to inside a police station and nobody recognizes her. How the
Yeah.
hell? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, God damn it! That moment that girl actually like puts her foot inside that police station, she should have been shot. She will be like, oh, in the slow motion, dying right there. But I
Yeah.
still understand how people can defend that movie. I will never understand it. It
Yeah.
makes no sense.
I
But
can't blame you, Spock. Yeah, I don't know how that they're gonna always defend these movies just like they defend whatever stuff that people find popular. That's fine. Like there's people who like 84, Justice for 84, whatever, great, but it still didn't make that much money. It's still a mess of a film. The
I was
comic,
gonna
if
say
you
that
actually
film had
read the
too many
comic,
problems.
yes, it's the comic is much better written than this. Max Lord actually gets his head cracked and dies by Wonder Woman because she feels that he's too um, dangerous, basically, to be kept alive. And I would have loved to see something like that, even if it was like off screen. The Max Lord character, they decided that Patty Jenkins was like, "Oh, I have a certain former person in office needed to be considered
Yeah.
Max Lord." It's just those kind of things. I don't care if it was even Potato Joe Biden, whatever, as I refer to him, but I don't care what it is. I don't like that kind of stuff, and I think it's not necessary. Even though I found Max Lord's character one of the most interesting things about 84. 84 as a whole movie is a mess, and that's why so many people have ripped on it. It's just a giant mess. And then, but the first Wonder Woman film is actually quite enjoyable.
First Wonder Woman film is great.
It's very good, and it feels like the animated show the animated movie that came out in 2009, and it's just that's what I would like DC to go more into a direction. That's the direction I like to see them go into. I haven't seen the Snyder Cut Justice League. I've been told you got to watch it. I don't know. After seeing, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Zack Snyder, and I know he was a producer on the Suicide Squad too, and people liked it and it was fine. I just found that movie boring most of the time. I don't know what it was. I thought the jokes were lame. I was hoping that we had basically a rated R version of Guardians of the Galaxies in terms of jokes, but we didn't. I didn't feel we got that. We got some dick jokes. We got whatever. I just wasn't very impressed with that. I liked some of the characters, but I did not like Suicide Squad much. But Harley Quinn's Suicide Squad, I like that much better than Harley Quinn's Birds of Prey. I don't, personally.
But let's be kind of honest. Have you realized how many movies that you actually just name, and there are only like I think 3 or 4 that are really good, and the other ones are like meh, and some are like, oh god damn. And for example, Wonder Woman 1984, damn that movie. It was such.
It's a mess.
DC's a
Could have
mess.
played.
Yeah, but
They are. They are. Yeah.
Why will they make all that? It's Wonder Woman. Why do you need to make that movie? It doesn't make any sense. Even if it is based on a comic, do the comic and that's it. We don't need anything else.
Yeah,
So,
right. And if they're gonna do like a live action, I mean, they have done live action now. We have Titans, but if they're actually going to do a movie, they could do a movie of Teen Titans, but just do it right and follow the animated show, the original one. And you will probably have a big winner on your hands. We've seen what's happened with stuff like Mortal Kombat turned out well. We've seen what happened with the original Silent Hill movie, still felt like the games. They can do this stuff properly.
They lack the will.
Right, they lack the will. That's right, man.
it's not the problem. They don't like the will. They have the problem that they need to actually insert some kind of rhetorical, political question inside. Wonder Woman 1984, they actually said it. They wanted to add a ex-former president because he was bad and he had mean tweets or something like that. And it's like, why?
Yeah.
Why do you need that?
It's not only that. They do this stuff, but you have to look at the factor that they don't have the talent that they used to have. They booted. I guarantee you, they booted all the good talent because they were making bank for fresh out of college film school graduates that have 0 credits to their name, or they're an activist first and maybe written one thing or maybe a little play or something, and they get them for peanuts. And this is the crap that we get.
And like Neurotic always says, they are cast. They don't even write anything at all. They just give you. They're like, okay, you go here. This is your script. Now you wrote it.
And here's a list of stuff we need you to put in this movie.
Yeah.
And then you have to write the rest of the movie around it.
Yeah. And so if you got fans doing this and other people, like I believe like they can hire these people of talent, but they have a bad vision, I would say. They're worried about the check boxes. If they would stop worrying so much about the check boxes, we would get better stories. And there would be more of them.
That's a cancer you're not going to get out anytime soon, because
no.
it's not only the people who run the show, it's also the people who they hired to produce the show and write the show, because they all are, they're little cultists. They're in on the agenda, and they won't deviate from that.
And they get exactly there because they are into the agenda, and they love to be in that place because they know for a fact that that's what they got them that job, so they will never leave that. And that's a circle they will never stop. So
it's a sick circle, because even if somebody higher up breaks away from the message or whatever, then all the little drones will fight against them. It's not like, oh yeah, we're free. No. They're gonna like, that guy got out of line, even if it's their boss. That's crazy.
Well, speaking of someone that's been constantly under attack, especially by the mobs on Twitter, got an article here from Down into Comics, and James Gunn is defending Chris Pratt, calls cancel campaigns against him utterly false, and says he will never be replaced as Star-Lord.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Great Star-Lord.
This article was posted on Bound into Comics on the 26th, and it's by John F. Trent. Guardians of the Galaxy director James Gunn recently defended Chris Pratt following the latest cancel culture campaign against him after the actor appeared as Star-Lord for the first teaser trailer in Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yep.
Numerous Twitter users at the time railed against Pratt, describing him as a homophobic and mocking him for being part of a joke that centered around Thor being gay for Star-Lord. As an example, one user tweeted, "Chris Pratt has done irreparable damage to Peter Quill's public image. I'm begging y'all to separate the character from the actor. Homophobic actor, canon, by character." And then we got another one here proposing a replacement. No,
thank you.
No replacement. We don't need a replacement. Chris
Gunn
Pratt
replied,
is Star-Lord, the end.
Yep. Gunn replied, "For what? Because of your made-up, utterly false beliefs about him? For something that someone else told you about him that's not true?" The director then declared Chris Pratt would never be replaced as Star-Lord, but if he ever was, we would all be going with him.
Yep.
And we know why did he say that, because he was the same. He had to fight this same thing of cancellation because of things he said.
Yeah.
So even if it was bad or good, whatever.
Yeah, but he got
Disney
canceled on the right.
Yeah, he got kicked out of the show, out of everything, and he knows how this can go. If you start like apologizing and say, "I'm sorry, I did this, I will do better," whatever, they're gonna. Here we have a saying, and you actually have the saying too. You give them an inch, and they will take a mile. It's the same.
Always.
And you actually have to say, "Shut up," and I don't care. I don't care what Twitter says. He's acting good. He's doing his job. He doesn't bother anyone. He's getting great with the cast. Shut up. That's it.
Yep.
But
go ahead.
But no, that's a thing that I always hate. It's like they try to make a cancellation about a person just because they don't like something about it, and you don't have to. I've learned over all my years to actually separate the actor from the product that they actually release, movie, show, whatever. I hate what Zach Braff actually talks in Twitter. I hate it because he's a really leftist or whatever he says. I don't care. But I love Scrubs, and I learned to actually disconnect my mind when he actually talks in every kind of show, whatever. But I still love Scrubs because Scrubs was written by a great guy. He had a lot of acting career. He had a lot of things before that. And one person can change. I don't care. Your Scrubs as a product, as a show, as whatever, it's great. So I don't care what you do in your in personal life. I don't care. I just like your show. I will meet you. I will give you a hand. I will stretch your hand and done. But I don't care about your personal life. It's your life. I don't care. Do whatever you want. You want.
Sometimes I can do that. Sometimes I can't. Some of them are so bad.
Oh yeah,
so freaking bad. I can't stand to look at.
Oh,
I cannot stand to look at De Niro anymore. I just
It's a
No,
rough
that's
one.
that's the thing. Sometimes I even that is a common known saying that is ignorance is bliss. I don't know what De Niro did, and I don't want to know it because I
Yeah.
know I'm gonna hate it.
That's
The
good.
same
See, I
happened.
don't know what Zach Braff does, so if I watch Scrubs, and I'm not going to ever remember
Yeah,
what he said or what he's done, so it's going to be
believe
all
me,
new for me.
that's a good thing that you actually have to do nowadays. I don't enter Twitter to watch any kind. The only day that I actually went to Twitter to see how it goes was to actually watch a Neil Patrick Harris, and I was so happy to actually see his Twitter was normal. He had every now and again, like
Nuance.
a little
Sure.
bit like here's my
Sure.
daughter, he this like that. But he doesn't have any kind of leftist or right or whatever kind of politics and anything at all. So I was like, great. He understands how the game works. You don't have to talk about any of that shit. It doesn't work for you. It doesn't work for anybody, and it
Yeah.
doesn't isn't gonna make you more money or more. And that's the thing that people don't understand nowadays. Twitter is not the real world, and Twitter is a cesspool. I hope that Elon Musk, as he buys it, he actually start draining that cesspool, and he once
Oh
again
yeah.
clean water. Because I would love for a fact that people will stop doing the shit that they do, and I've seen real bad shit in there. So
Oh
I
yeah. I
can
know.
I,
Yeah.
I can understand why he tries. He probably is gonna try to clean a little bit of that. But the
Mhm.
worst kind of people that exist in there is this kind of people that if they don't like something about you, they tell you like you need to be fired, you need to lose your job, you need to start living in the street, you need to do this and that, and people actually bend the knee, or as we say in our country, they drop their pants and they actually take it because that's what they do. And if you do that, you're not a good person because you start believing some kind of, and sorry to say, but some kind of anonymous bullshit or person or whatever to actually cancel a person that didn't have anything to do with it. So you're kind of done. You're a person that can be brainwashed into believing whatever they want to believe. They want you to believe. Sorry. And
Mhm.
that's what's gonna happen. You start with that, and it's sorry to bring it back, but this is an important part. Ethan Klein had to live it to understand it. Done. You don't understand it until you live it, and it's like that.
Well, that's
Even
the thing.
James
Like,
Gunn.
Sorry.
Go
the,
ahead, Cash. Go
oh,
ahead,
okay.
Cash.
The thing is, like, we can put out more positive messages on Twitter, and actually messages that can actually help people create stuff. And so if Twitter's becoming better, that'll be, hopefully then people will see these messages, and it'll help other people. Like, Twitter can be a good tool. It's just depends who runs it.
All
So,
social media can be a good tool if it's
mhm.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
run correctly.
that's right.
I
If
remember
it's
back
fair
in
to
2000.
everybody, not just one side, but to everybody.
I
Exactly.
remember when I started using it back in 2012, 2011. People will use it just for one thing to actually get like information about their new shows, their new games, their new music or whatever. And it was not like that you actually have to put a political view or something like that. They were like, this game is gonna be released next year. How do you feel about this game? What's your opinion? Whatever. And that was all. That was all that they were actually saying inside Twitter. They will be like, be it game journalists or music or whatever. They will put like that, and it was great because you actually had an opinion. Perhaps the actual author had an opinion a little bit, but it
Mhm.
wasn't going like to that is stupid bullshit of saying this political view and this rhetoric or
Mhm.
whatever. It was like, and as it should be in any kind of journalism, neutral. Sorry, neutral. That's it. You have to be neutral. That's the only thing as a journalist that you can be. If you want to make an opinion, you have to say this is my opinion, and this is an opinion piece. It doesn't need to take it seriously. Done, because this is my opinion. But they don't do it anymore. They throw an opinion as a real factor, like this is
Mhm.
a real gospel truth, and you have to understand it. You have to accept it. It's
Mhm.
not like that. You're never gonna change my mind if you say, for example, you come to me and say Star Trek Discovery is the greatest show in all the world, and I'm gonna say no. Have you seen it? And he said, yeah, I've seen it. It's a great show. Explain it to me why. And I say, because I love it. You love it. That doesn't make it the greatest show in the world. You love it. Put it like, I love this show, and I will explain why I love the show. It might be not true, but it's what I like. That's it. That's an opinion. Not like this is a great show and you have to understand it as a great show. That's the problem nowadays with journalists. They don't
You're a
understand that
racist if
point.
you don't think it's the greatest show.
And that's the biggest problem. They actually attack you as a fan or whatever if you don't
Of course, of course.
follow
And
their
Spock,
own gospel truth.
and Spock brings up a good point about Twitter. He says I use it for news for Star Trek
Yeah.
Online and to shout out my videos. I do the same. And you also know when I'm not doing an episode of the box score, what the final score of the cup game was. I'll post it.
Yeah, I use it only
No.
to like follow neurotic and all that. But if like I see a lot of different things and I like them out, I'm so done with this fucking world sometimes. Because like I said the other day, I saw that news and I was like, how this guy is not in jail, and how is this girl actually having sex with some brother? What the hell is going on?
Believe it or not, there are people out there, regardless of what side of the political spectrum they're on, that are willing to have a discussion and listen.
Of course.
Mm.
Some people, yes.
See,
I
well,
was,
Yeah.
you got to look at it
I
this
was
way.
having
Also,
breakfast with some
that
friends today,
go ahead.
and we're all on the different political spectrum. I consider myself an independent. My other two friends, one considers themselves a conservative, the other considers themselves a Democrat. But guess what? We all had a discourse and we weren't throwing food at each other while we're having breakfast. We were listening to what everybody had to say and then bring up point counterpoint.
No.
Hmm.
Yeah,
But
the if you look at like Twitter's full of people saying a bunch of crap. They call it disinformation, but they're lying. Obviously, they say we lie, we say they lie, but you have to Twitter. It's good that we're like freer now on Twitter. So when somebody says something on there that's complete bullcrap, they get their likes, they get their comments, but it's good for us to push back against those and tell and say something that or poke holes in their what they did say about whatever, so other people can read those and say, well, I didn't think of it that way, or I didn't know that about what he just said, and that don't make what he just said make any sense. So it's not just you read them and then you just dismiss it and say, oh, this is all bullcrap, I don't want to do anything to do with it, which it can get to you, and you need to take a break, or if you can't handle that kind of discourse, that's fine. But a lot of people need to get on there to be a counter to the lies of leftists and Marxists and everything else, because they do sway opinions, and we have to sway them back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's a reality nowadays. It's like sometimes you don't want to have the time or the energy to actually fight some people that are not going to change anything at all.
Well, pick
And
your battles.
It's
Yeah.
like that. Like I was saying in the beginning of the show, it can happen that sometimes people don't understand it, some people understand it. Honestly, I got ready here, I think, in that publication. I was like, who cares? This is Twitter. Who's gonna? These people don't know me. These people don't even know who I am, where I am, how do I live, with whom I live, what did I do, or what did I didn't do. It's like they're just taking 250 characters. That I can even talk like I would like to talk, because sometimes I have to short my own words and ideas because I can put so many characters, and I'm like, who cares? I was like, that day I was like, who cares? And nowadays I kind of have that kind of mentality sometimes when I get like into a discussion with another person, because my surname is Sanchez, and Sanchez, we have a different meaning to it, because in my family, when there's a discussion the other day, we can have a big discussion right now, and perhaps tomorrow I'm gonna say, I'm sorry, dude, want to have a pizza, want to have something, want to get together, we can do something. I'm like that. I never hold a grudge about anything, except if you actually like show disinterest to actually talk to me. That moment that you actually disappear, I will not follow you. That's the only thing that you can actually do to me that will grant you a one-way ticket to never to speaking to you again. That's the only thing. If you talk to me again, I will talk to you back again. I have no problem. But if you never contact me again, that's it. And this is the same. These are people on Twitter. Who the hell is going to contact me after this? They just want to be right, and let them be right. I don't care. I'm like, I live my life. And it's like that. And if they try to cancel me, I don't know if they can cancel me. I don't care. Nowadays, honestly, I don't care. I can get canceled for everything, or for anything, or for whatever. I can be like this, and And if somebody hears like I don't know, the other day I was telling you the story about the girl that actually had to save by grabbing the other one and throwing it like I explained to you. And perhaps somebody cuts that scene and say, "See, this guy actually hits woman," and I'll be like, if it's in my case, if I have to do it to save on other people, I will do it. I have no problem, even if it means going against all my thinking and whatever. Because if I see a person breaking the face of another person to a light bulb, I have to get in the middle. Especially if I know those two people. I'm like, I knew them. I was like, what the hell are you doing? In that moment, I didn't think. I just did it. Even if it was bad or good or whatever, I did it. And then I realized what I did. But I still didn't hit her, but who cares? It's just the same. They don't care. They just want 1 second for you to, like, touch it, like get into that stone. Like, how's it called? When you get like a stone in the middle of the road and you actually trip and fall. Let's just call it trip and fall. They want you to trip once, and they're gonna wait for your fall, whatever the way that they can actually have. So that's it. That's Twitter nowadays. They just want you to trip. That's it, and they don't care if it's
they don't care how they.
Yeah,
want
they're
you
like
to fail.
Piranha.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now it should be a lot better and stuff. So it should be going to. But
Yeah.
people like Az need to be unbanned. I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, like I'm kind of like Gary would be, or is I'm not going to fight with anybody. I'm going to drop my opinion or my facts if I have facts or whatever. But and I'm just going to walk away. They can do whatever they want after that.
Yeah.
But I'm not fighting with them. Fighting with liberal or not liberals, but leftists is, the old saying, fighting with leftists is like playing chess with a pigeon. Craps all over the board and act like it won't start around like it won.
It could be anybody who's just not reasonable on any different sides of the aisle. It's just a pain of whatever. Go on Entertainment Weekly and start a conversation and tell these people that these people usually who write these articles are clowns. Oh my gosh. You get downvoted so much and people attack you sometimes. It's hilarious. Sometimes more than only sometimes. So yeah, it's not.
And I want to welcome to the panel Spock. Right now, he's looking for xenomorphs.
Ooh.
He's
I'm
looking
hunting
for something,
xenomorphs,
dude.
but I just finished dinner. I thought I'd hop in and join you guys. Good
Thank you,
conversation so far.
Yeah,
Fascinating.
Fascinating.
we're happy to. I might have to get this game, Spock. We need to play.
Yes, do
we
it.
need to play Elite Force again, man. That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun.
That's a lot
Yeah,
of
I'm
fun.
down.
It's a lot of fun, dude.
Let's do that again for a stream.
Tell me about this game.
Great. Yeah.
So
Is it
your
just a
basic
co-op?
xenomorph? Yeah, it's your basic xenomorph hunting game.
Okay.
They made it a year ago. I'm kind of late on it, but
Yeah,
they add a bunch of free content to the game. So all the DLCs are usually free.
Okay.
The things if you do want to spend money, there's like a couple extra outfits, but it's not that necessary.
I don't know if the point of this game was not to be scary, but when I first saw this game, I think it was some people from IGN playing it. I was just like, why isn't this game scary? I'm still waiting for another.
I play on the baby modes because I like to just level up and get the stuff I need without having to spend 3 hours behind a screen. But there are they're here. I'll show you right now. There's like a couple different difficulties, and if you go on the hardest one, insane, this is like the most realistic, and it actually does get scary. So if you do peek a corner and you're not checking, a xenomorph can just jump on you and kill you, and you're out for the entire game.
No.
Okay, but it still doesn't feel like scary, like Alien Isolation.
Yeah, it's not like
scary.
Isolation. Isolation is the scariest.
Actually,
Yeah.
It's like
I
Amnesia.
would say so. Yes, the original, yes.
Yeah, but it works in a different way if you just see it, because this is a third-person kind of game, and the other one's a first-person. Even if it doesn't work, that's the thing. If you actually have to make a scary game and you want to actually have the best kind of aesthetics or whatever you want to call it, it's a first-person game should be, because you actually have one kind of vision, a point of view, and that makes everything that is in your back a thing that could actually attack you. So that's a great thing in horror games, because you don't know what's gonna come from your back.
They can make it scary though, like Dead Space,
but Silent Hill,
scary,
Thrift, or Dead Space are great games that actually show you how to do it. But that's the thing. Silent Hill 3, and Dead Space had one thing that no other game has, that it has a lot of sound in the background in places, and you don't know where it's coming from. So that's the scary part, that psychological fear that you have of something jumping at you, and that's great on scary games or like all these kind of games of terror and horror or whatever. The psychological terror is that the thing that gets you.
Psychological, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, the same happened with Alien. Alien. Forget it. You just said it.
Isolation.
Isolation.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that you don't see the xenomorph and the
That
sounds,
much, yeah.
the things that you actually can hear and see and feel is the actual terror that you feel.
That's
that's
the best, I think, Alien game in a long time.
Yes.
The last community I ever was really involved in when it came to the aliens was the AVP community from the 2009 game, which was really, really fun. I enjoyed. And then the servers kind of died. They closed the servers, so they had Colonial Marines, which I wasn't big a fan of. And that was kind of their main focus for a while, like Gearbox. But then I wouldn't have guessed, like in over 10 years, they would have made this. And compared to Isolation, it's not scary. It's supposed to be more like AVP, so you have like a bunch of runners. Like a bunch of runners who are constantly... think about it as like Left 4 Dead. So you have to fight off a bunch of hordes, stay alive, and then escape at the final extraction, and you win. But there are drones, like the one in Isolation, that xenomorph that attacks you the entire game. That's like a drone. That's the one that comes from humans. So it's a lot taller, it's bigger, and it's scarier when it runs. It makes like those heavy footsteps. The ones you usually fight in this game are the ones from the Alien versus Predator movies. The Alien 3, you could say, xenomorph. Yeah. The one that comes from the dog. So there are a bunch of runners.
Is this game on sale again? I thought about
No, it just ended. It was like on sale for $20.
Oh, really?
But they have an Alien sale going on. I don't know if it's still up. It was live yesterday. Okay. Isolation is currently $10.
Let me just look it up because I have it right.
Yeah, Alien
Isolation too, because a lot of people said it wasn't that good.
Nope,
Alien Isolation is very good. Don't.
Oh yeah, it was great.
It was a very good game.
I wasn't unfortunately able to play it, but I watched a YouTuber just play the entire story, and I just that's all I was really interested in was the story. Like, what are they doing? Because it was about Amanda Ripley.
Yes.
And I thought that was really interesting, and how they ended her character as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I think after Alien 3, a lot of people who really didn't like that also were big fans of Ripley, and her death was so off-putting. Because you said, like, she has a queen, and why does she have a queen? How did the xenomorph facehugger even get on her? Because we only knew it would get on Newt, not Ripley as well. So there's a lot of plot holes in that movie that just anger a lot of fans. So I think Isolation was the best conclusion for the Ripley character because she has a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And real quick, I do want to welcome and wish a happy Wednesday to him, Whoopa Troopa.
Whoopa.
Hello, happy Whoopa Wednesday, people.
He doesn't have any arms, so yeah.
I don't have any arms. It is true.
How do you pee?
He uses his tail to use the keyboard.
How does he play Pokemon without hands?
I just bash my face against the keyboard as much times until I get it done.
We'll get him a keyboard wand. Put it in your teeth.
Yep.
All right. Well, then I guess we could get this game, and then we could get a group together of 4 people, and then we could.
Unfortunately, you can only have 3 people in a group.
3 people.
That's the sad thing, because 4 seems like a more balanced number in my opinion.
I saw they had 4. I thought you could have 4 in this.
I have to check the other game modes because I know there's also Horde Rush, which you and your friends just fight off a bunch of. It's not like a mission. What I'm doing right now is like the game missions, but you could. I'll have to check it out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But if you don't have people to play with, do you get like AI guys with you?
Oh yeah. You get synth dudes. They're just not recommended to play with on the higher difficulties, but you can easily use them on standard or intense. No problem.
We need more AI stuff like the original Battlefront games. The AI was really smart in those games.
Like large scale battle AIs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes. definitely.
The closest was I guess you could say, the newest Battlefronts, but I still am not too big a fan of those games.
They're
know
pretty
why.
good. They're not great. I
The
didn't.
graphics are nice. It's just the lightsaber combat throws me off.
Yeah,
It's like dashing
good.
combat.
Yes. Yeah, I guess it wasn't like that in the original Battlefront.
It was more. It was actually more broken
Yeah.
in the original one. It wasn't by all that means any perfect, but
it was fun though.
It was fun. I think some game that not a lot of people have tried because it's still under development is called Vertex, and that game beats any other lightsaber combat game I've ever played, even Fallen Order, because it's all freeform. You can literally use your mouse to fight however you want with your lightsaber, and it's all really fluid. You know, there's actually a bunch of combos you can learn. It's pretty sick. It's like Jedi Knight Academy, but all remastered.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Non-official Lucas property.
No, it's so what it is. It's actually like a knight game. There's actually lore for the game itself. Like it's a medieval. I don't even know what it is really. It's like medieval knights are in the future, I guess. But there are a lot of mods. They have like their own mod website, and a lot of them are dedicated towards Star Wars mods. You can change your characters to look like the Battlefront 2 models, and actually use. They have pretty much all of the lightsabers from canon, even the Old Republic lightsabers.
Cool.
It's very cool.
I helped and modded the game myself. I had to do it. I put Spock in the game, so it's there.
I'm shocked, Spock, dude.
Go download him if you want. It's the Zachary Quinto one, though.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
I'm actually having somebody make a Leonard Nimoy one for me.
Speaking of games, well, you know how Mario Brothers had the Super Mario Brothers movie back in the 90s, and we all have our own personal opinions on that movie. I mean, whether you like Bob Hoskins as Mario or John Leguizamo as Luigi or the movie in general, well, that's up to you. But apparently, Universal and Nintendo have decided to push back Super Mario Brothers 2023. And of course, Super Mario Brothers, Mario is being voiced by Chris Pratt.
Yeah, but this is also an animated film. This is not
Yeah.
a live action movie.
Yeah.
Oh, so they pushed it back. Okay.
Yeah, they pushed it back to next year. And
Oh, funny enough, it sounds like a very, it's not gonna be probably a lot of Mario fans are gonna like it, maybe, but it sounded like a funny idea when they said they got Jack Black as Bowser. I was like, that sounds hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot they could do with an animated versus live action. So I'm expecting something like
Oh God,
Lego
imagine
Movie
if it was
or
live
something.
action.
Yeah, if the Sonic movies, I haven't seen 2 yet. Crits tells me it's the greatest video game adaptation movie ever. I said
I've
there
heard the
hasn't
same.
been that
I've heard the
movie,
same.
so I don't
Technically,
know.
it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
I've
a great
heard the
adaptation
same,
of
and
Sonic 2.
I'm not in any position to disagree with that. It just doesn't seem like the kind of movie I'm into. I don't know. It's like more like a fun movie, Yeah,
it's
and
a fun.
that
You
fits
like
in like in the
movies that
realm
aren't
of
fun?
like, I guess, Godzilla versus Kong and all those kinds of movies. Which
Yeah.
I wasn't real. I'm more, if I had to say the best fun movie that I thought was good and because it had like a serious tone to it was the Godzilla 2014 movie. Because like there's nothing real about that. You got a giant lizard attacking the city, but the way they directed it, especially with Bryan Cranston's acting, it was like more of a surreal approach that was kind of lost in the sequels.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh, the
Yeah, that's the
third
problem
one
they
was-
actually have.
Yeah,
that's if you actually like Sonic as a character and all that, you're gonna love the Sonic the actual movie too. But if
I
you
watched
don't,
that.
it's like it's a funny movie after all. So
Yeah, it can
Jim
be
Carrey
fun.
works perfectly. Jim Carrey actually shows
It's his last
crazy around
movie,
himself.
right? Or am I wrong?
Supposedly,
I
we'll
don't
see.
know.
He's gotten kind
Money
of sick
talks.
of Hollywood. Yeah.
money talks.
Money talks.
Money does talk. Yes.
the crazy walks.
44 trillion.
They do. Yeah, I would hope Sonic would inspire other studios to say, you know what, we can actually do quality adaptations if we really put our mind to it and we stop, make a fun story and we literally follow pretty much what the game is, which Sonic does to an extent. And if they could do that again, then we would get more stuff like the original Mortal Kombat or the original Silent Hill, or that, stuff like, of course, Street Fighter was a mess, but at least Raul Julia was really good as Bison.
I've only seen the original Mortal Kombat movies like maybe once. I thought they had a funny vibe to them, though. I wouldn't say horrible, though.
Yeah, no.
It's just that first very. Was it like 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very 90s.
Yeah, it was 90. Yep. Yeah, it was still felt like the game. So if they could do that, and they can, I mean, they could do anything from Mega Man or any of this stuff. You just have to do it right.
Yeah.
The
unpopular opinion, which it might not be, but I personally like that goofier stuff that we've seen in the 90s and the 80s compared to what we're getting now.
Have you ever seen Free Guy? Have you ever seen Free Guy? Well, that is a great adaptation. Yeah, that's a great adaptation to what it will be to actually see GTA NPCs actually playing the game. So that's a good concept to actually show in a movie, and it made sense. And that's technically a game movie.
I saw that movie and I liked it.
Free Guy was awesome.
Yeah, but
that's my favorite movie of 2021. So,
and that's the funny thing about that movie. If you think about it for 5 minutes, that's a game adaptation movie because he's actually in a game and they actually make a story around it. And it's great.
It has like a very, how should I say, an intellectual story behind it, because the whole thing they're trying to say is AIs. It's not something a lot of people like to think about, but AIs getting smarter and all that, and eventually just
not only that, you actually see the corporations, how they treat some of these games. They need to sell. They don't care what it is, what they add, what they actually do with the game or whatever. Just sell it. I don't care,
even if that means stealing somebody's base code, which was like
And that's the funny part about that movie. When I was seeing it, I was like, okay, I love this movie because it shows so much about the real,
a subtle love story to it too, which I really like the ending of it.
Yeah. But that's even interesting about that movie, because as you see it, as you start to think about it, this will open eyes to the people that don't understand how the game corporations actually work. Because it's like that. They get a company, they destroy the company, they don't care, they just want to sell. It happened with Electronic Arts when they actually bought Visceral Games. It happened with, with so many. With Konami, when they actually bought a lot of games that they actually destroyed. Metal Gear, for example, was an opinion from Hideo Kojima. He actually sold it to Konami. Konami destroyed it because they wanted to sell. That's it. That happens a lot in the gaming industry. So when my brother was seeing it, and my brother understood it, and my nephew seen it, he was like 13. He said, like, that happens for real? Like, when he actually asked me. And I said, yeah, that happens for real. Companies don't only want to sell. They don't care if the game is good or not. They just want to sell.
Yeah, they have the same kind of message in
a cough CD Projekt Red.
Yeah.
The dang it. What's the one? Ready Player One. They had that same kind of message about destroying a good game and turning into something for profit just to get something out.
Which way they were trying to turn it into like a military exercise or something? I forget the.
No, they were trying to turning ad revenue. They're trying to make ads everywhere. So, just buy this, buy that, buy that. So that
was a really
70-80% of the screen space was going to be ad.
No, that's
a lot of my friends say, who actually did like the Kong versus Godzilla movie, they say the Mecha Godzilla in Ready Player One looked a lot better.
Yeah, that looked cool.
Let's gotta be honest. Ready Player One, the biggest problem that it had is like. To me, it felt like the same concept of Hack-Shiu, because it was a massive MMORPG in some places, and it had the kind of same story, but not the same. I don't know how to explain it, because Ready Player One, it shows the reality of a company wanting to sell more for profit, more of a game than the game itself. And in Hack-Shiu, is actually the funny part is the corporation actually making the game and wanted to keep everything wrong about that game in the shadows just to sell more of that game. And it happens. It's funny how in the gaming industry it happens a lot.
What's this movie called?
No, this is a game, Hack-Shiu. Hack-Shiu. But it's such an interactive game. I love it.
I'll have to check it out. Yeah, that sounds cool.
But there's an anime if you want to watch it, Hack Sign. That is actually it's a concept that's something like that. That is a kid that he gets trapped inside a game, and is the world, which is the game of the world, is actually all the hack anime, manga, whatever is actually around that game, which is called the world. Is in a future they actually make a virtual reality becomes a really big part of the gameplay, and they actually make a game called the world, which is 63 terabytes of ROM just in your computer to play it, and it's a virtual reality game where you put your glasses for virtual reality and you move yourself really in the game. But that's the thing, as you get into Hakushu and a little bit of the story, you understand that the creator of this game was never found and nobody knows where it came from. So the producers actually grabbed that game from the middle of the internet and they just had a little bit of graphics and they made a game. And that's the problem. That thing is alive and it's trying to consume all the people that is in the internet because he wants to understand how people work. So that's the point of fact. And so in the first anime, that's what you're gonna see in the first episode.
I'll check
the
it
character,
out.
check it out. It's great. This is the only premise of the show. The character is in the game. He cannot log out. He can't. That's it. And he doesn't understand why.
It's a really interesting concept. I say probably because we have a lot of science fiction concepts, aliens and all that. I think the development of further advancement with virtual reality is probably the most realistic concept we've gotten from science fiction. Because if you guys have seen Black Mirror, there is an episode centered kind of around a Star Trek theme. And they all put those little chips on their head to enter like this reality in the video game, which seems to be something that we're getting close to. Scary enough, because it's a really interesting thought how far we can really go with virtual reality and video games like as a whole.
I just hope that they don't make the. Have you ever seen the Orville episode where they actually have the like or dislike button in the middle of their clothes?
Yeah.
I hate that episode because it shows such a reality around how social media works, and we could go to that point if we actually get credit scores. And that's funny because they made an episode showing a reality that doesn't exist, and at the same time exists in China and some places. They are actually trying to put this in Italy. Yeah, it's funny because it's kind of like not only a warning in some point, but it's actually a reality that we're gonna have to live eventually.
I'm sure Mike will agree with me, though, for the advancement of AIs and games, it should be as well thought out as the holodeck. Because that would just be a dream come true.
Oh. But let's be honest, nowadays, you actually kind of love those kind of stories because, and this is the funny part about this game. This game was released in 2006, and they actually showed virtual reality and all that. Like, the game is in 2006, and the show is actually in 2004 was. And this is all based on 2017 in the real world inside that anime. So only in 10 years, technically, Japan went to such a big boom of technology that they had virtual reality games that could install in 63 terabytes in a normal computer. Like you can have you can go outside and play the game constantly because some people do it because even the cars may drive by themselves, the airplanes drive by themselves, the trains too, everything. So that's the funny part because this was written in 2004, 2006. And they actually had that imagination of this world existing in Japan in 2017, which it's a little bit close, but not so close because they showed, for example, they pay with the cell phone and the cell phone has an ID and everything like that. And there's in the first game, there's a discussion between, because this is like you playing a game, but you see in the world inside a computer. So you see community forums, news, and everything like that. Yeah, something like Tron. But the funny part is that they show in the first game, in one of the news, they show that they are trying to push the ID, how is it called? The legal and unique ID for every person. So in order to actually be alive inside Japan, you actually have to have an ID constantly. They can tattoo you, they can put you a chip, whatever you want, but you actually have to do it. And this is the funny part because it shows us diet is the system that they have, like senators and let's just call it like the chamber that they have here, like Supreme Court, something like that. Yeah. And they were discussing because 50% of the people didn't want that, and the other 55% of people didn't want that, 45 want that, but they still approved that. So at the beginning, the first video, they actually show us people punching themselves because they don't want that. And it's funny because that's a reality that we will eventually have to live that. So even in 2004, they were thinking like some days, some people will decide that even if we don't like it, we will have to have IDs by tattoos or by microchips, even if they don't want it. So they were a little bit less than 5 or 6 years, perhaps, but they're trying to push that right now. And it's funny because they actually thought it back in 2004. And I know for a fact that some people told me that even books in 50 or 60, in the 50 or 60, were actually talking about this, and they're trying to push that.
Actually, the Bible says something about chips in your body.
Oh. But that's the funny part. That's what I love that game. That's what I love all the story about around Hack, because it shows not only the game, but it shows all the reality that is behind that game, because you're really living in that world, and I love that because even the anime shows you that, and then things happen, and that universe that you're actually playing, they start to take form, and that form starts to take lives. And when you die in the game, you die in real life, and you become comatose, and then this explains to you that that thing is alive and wants to learn about you, and thinks the best thing to learn about you is your emotions. Whenever you're around that thing, that your emotions go berserk. You can, if you're depressed, you get really depressed. If you're in love, you fall really in love, like that. And he wants to understand how human works, so he does that. And as you keep on playing, you start to understand why it happens all like that, because when you finish, complete the game, they explain you why he did all that. And it's funny because the ending wasn't released until 2017, which is funny because if you played it back in 2007, you actually have a partial ending. And a lot of people will tell me, like, back in that day, that if you wanted to found the ending, real ending, was a game of PSP that actually explained it to you. And I played it, and it was great. But the bad part, it wasn't an ending for the entire story of Hakshu. And when they released this Recode game that I love, they show you the ending, and the ending, complete ending, the last scene, the last moment, the other character actually tells you they're trying to make a new world. And you're like, oh shit, what? How a new world? And he says, but this world is alive. Yeah, exactly that. They're trying to copy this and make a new world someplace. I don't know where, but they're trying it. And you're like, oh shit, there's gonna be a new hack game somewhere in some year, and I've been waiting for 5 years for some kind of news around that. But I still love that game. Yeah, and I still love that game because of that. Because as they explain that to you, you understand that since it's alive, how the hell are they gonna copy it? And this has been there are two sagas of games, and there are two animes and 3 mangas. And in each of one of them, there is a different revision of that world, but it's still the same world. So you don't understand how it happened, and everything like that. And it's great. I love that hack, and that's why I hate SAO. That's why I hate Sword Art Online, because it's a carbon copy of that, but bad done. Because whenever a character needs to like destroy something, it gets a new superpower, and it's done. Sorry, once again, I'm doing whatever I do that I start talking about a thing, and I get.
No, don't even apologize.
Anyway, do you have any? No, Chris Pratt. Ghostbusters. What do you have about Ghostbusters Pacific?
I actually found some interesting news for you, Pacific. I will share it to you if you want to talk about it.
All right, let me talk about
Cameron's Avatar. Go ahead, though.
Ghostbusters real quick, and because Sony did make a slew of announcements the other day, and besides Ghostbusters, there's also going to be a Venom sequel. So I haven't even watched Venom: Let There Be Carnage.
Oh, so there's going to be a third movie. Nice.
Yeah. I haven't even watched the first one, so.
Yeah, first one's good. Second one, not so much. You know, but I still don't want that universe to be canceled. I think Tom Hardy is pretty much the best Eddie Brock we've gotten in a while. You know, if you're not comparing it to the animated versions, but he beats.
Or even Topher Grace.
Topher Grace. I mean, I respect Topher Grace. He's a great actor, but not so much as an Eddie Brock. I'm sorry.
Nah, he didn't really fit the part, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Tom Hardy is doing a pretty good job. The second movie fell more to the writing. That was more of the fault. The first movie felt a little bit more seamless in terms of like the beginning, middle, and the end. But then the second one, you kind of get lost in the plot a bit. That's just my opinion.
Sorry, I couldn't understand the last part. It cut off. I don't know why. I think it was my internet. What do you say?
Oh, no problem. I was just saying, the second Venom movie, it's the main reason I didn't do too well compared to the first one mainly falls to the writing, because it wasn't as, how should I say, as pronounced as the first movie was. Because the first movie, you're getting the introduction of Venom, Eddie dealing with Venom now, and then him having his first real fight, and then in the end, there's a conclusion. With the second movie, it's kind of like you're really trying to understand Carnage, because they kind of changed him a bit in terms of what his motives are. So you're trying to understand that character throughout the entire film. But I don't know. It's just, it wasn't the epic triumphant battle that everyone was expecting. That's just, yeah.
I can't say anything about Venom because I didn't watch any of the two movies. I just heard from a friend that came to my house and said like, "Don't watch it," and I asked why. He told me like, "It's boring. It's a movie." He told me like, "You can watch it if you want, but I don't recommend it because it's like to see it doing anything else, because the dialogue it keeps getting lost."
Yeah, it doesn't feel like, how should I say? I think the best thing to say, it doesn't feel like a comic movie.
Yeah.
The first one feels more that way.
And I was like, okay, someday I will probably watch it, and I never watch it because I keep on. It's this kind of movies like DC and Marvel. I have to be really invested to actually watch them, and since I watched the original, I read some of the comics and I watched some of the originals, animated series. I'm like, I'm good for now. I love the, yeah.
That suffers again from not having a plan, not sticking even remotely close to the comic books and how the story origin stories happen for Venom and Carnage, and even they didn't know where to go with it, because even at the end of Venom 2, they had that the ending scene, or the end credit scene or whatever, where he was like, he recognized Spider-Man on the TV. They're not even in the same universe. And
I heard about
how
that.
he had nothing to do with Spider-Man in this movie.
Yeah, it's an interesting take. I think maybe they could go somewhere with that, where eventually he is introduced to Spider-Man. We're seeing like the Venom before he meets him, before he gets the tattoo on his chest. That's possible, but I think they are missing a lot more of the details and how the original origin story does come from the comics. Because if you're talking about Carnage, especially in the second movie, even in a video game, it was, I forget what the name of it was, but it was a very accurate demonstration of how powerful Carnage was, and he was able to pretty much cause
wasn't separation anxiety?
Yeah.
Wasn't the game Separation Anxiety?
That's the one where he pretty much destroys an entire base just by himself. Like planes are like falling out of the air. The whole thing looks like a post-apocalyptic nightmare, and that was all caused by Carnage. In this movie, they really underplayed him. Like, if they're gonna have such a powerful character like Carnage, make that epic if it works. If you can't fit that into a sequel, save him for last until the battle really builds up to him. Give Venom some more side characters to fight, or maybe in the second movie, we could have actually seen him in No Way Home or something instead of just being in a bar. But,
Yeah, and what they did, see, now we got Venom in the No Way Home universe, because he dropped. See, that's another thing. He dropped we'll just say a baby, a larva or whatever, at the bar.
Yeah,
and that's exactly how he should have done with Carnage. And the way I heard, I didn't watch the movie, but the way I heard, how he got infected was stupid.
It was stupid. If you don't mind, I can tell you.
Yeah, I've heard it, but go ahead.
He just bites his Eddie Brock's finger, and like blood gets in his mouth, and that's how he becomes Carnage.
That is bad.
And they couldn't. They didn't have to do that. They could have done exactly what they did in No Way Home. And in the comic book, because in the comic book, Venom is in jail, or at the jail, and he drops his offspring, and they don't even realize they do it. This is something that they do, and he didn't bother to tell Eddie Brock about it, and he didn't even think to say anything. So he could have done that at the jail also while he was there, but why they saved it for No Way Home, I don't know.
It's a waste of potential if you ask me, because like, yeah, okay, true. Venom, you could say theoretically Venom is in the MCU, but not the Tom Hardy Venom. I wanted to see Tom Hardy meet Tom Holland. That would have been a little bit cooler, because we already have that Venom as a pretty established character, right?
Yep.
But taking away that god awful ending, in my opinion, there was an interesting thing brought up in the post credits for Venom 2, where he's talking to Eddie for a bit, and not to spoil too much of the conversation, but Venom is seriously like spreading a bit more of his intellect than usual and saying that, well, we do know about the multiverse, right? We've known about it for a long time, and we're able to pretty much cross these different dimensions pretty easily because on my home planet, our technology is vastly superior. So that makes a lot of people think that maybe this Venom knows about all the other Venoms connected to all the other universes, maybe like the Tobey Maguire Venom. And he probably knows. So that was a cool thought, something someone brought up.
Not sure I like that either. Is Venom, well, I never got too far into, I had quit comic books before they got really far into Venom's origins, I guess.
Yeah. No, that they do that in the comics as well, where they're pretty much the whole race of the symbiotes are very technologically advanced. I don't remember much of the details, but they were a lot more people know this more than me, but they do have the knowledge of the multiverse.
That's weird. Okay, well, if that's comic book accurate, I don't know. I don't have to like it, but at least
that's just
cool enough.
That's just from what I've read years ago and what people remind me on a daily basis. I have a bunch of friends who are Spider-Man nerds more than me.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, well, I watched the rest of Let There Be Carnage today, and I'm like, why does this have some politics in it that doesn't need to be there? Though Venom is still funny, but there's still politics in this movie, and I'm just like, come on. And it's too short. It really is. And I don't care for Carnage's wife or whatever. She's annoying, and I liked her in Pirates. Naomi Harris, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Calypso.
She looks like Calypso though, in Venom 2. She
does. You look good in Pirates. Let's make you up like that again.
Yeah, it's just so weird. I didn't like her character in that. I don't know. It's just like, why am I supposed to care about this love story? This seems weird to me. Did you guys see that movie? Let There Be Carnage?
I have not seen Let There Be Carnage yet.
Nope.
No.
Okay. Well, you're not missing too much. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I will eventually. Just
okay, but I thought the first one was better. That's still not saying much, though.
Well, speaking of a Sony movie, Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel announced by Sony at CinemaCon. The next generation of Ghostbusters will ride again. Via Variety, Sony Pictures officially announced a Ghostbusters Afterlife sequel during its presentation at CinemaCon. However, the studio didn't reveal which cast members will return or who will direct the film.
Oh.
The late Ivan Reitman directed the original Ghostbusters in 1984 with Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Harold Ramis, and Ernie Hudson in the leading roles. Sigourney Weaver, Rick Moranis, and Annie Potts also appeared in supporting parts. All of the cast members returned for Ghostbusters 2 in 1989, but there were no direct sequels for over 3 decades. In 2016, we do not speak of the movie, so I'm going to skip that paragraph. We did not speak of it.
Yes.
It does not exist.
Imagine, okay, this is the thing I want to say something. Imagine if they actually hire once again Paul Feig to make the new one.
Yeah, they would never do that.
No,
never.
No, they're not going to do that. They saw what happened.
Bring back Chris Hemsworth.
Well, they can hire Leslie Jones to actually do the new movie.
It's just when you have a cast of all females and stuff, they still have to feel like the male Ghostbusters. Like, as in, they just have to play the same type of roles. They have to be witty. They have to be this. They don't make stupid poop jokes and whatever. If you guys seen any of the
jokes,
clips, it's just stupid, man.
Well, I always say if you set out making some sort of film, and your goal, you start with, I want it to be all female. That's a mistake. And that goes that would be if you did all male, right? It'd be weird if someone's like, I want to make an all male, Ghostbusters. Like, well, what? Like, just make Ghostbusters. The first Ghostbusters is all male. I don't think they sat out and said, we want 4 male actors. They thought, hey, let's think of an idea. And they came up with it and they figured out, hey, this would work. And hey, these are good actors.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, they didn't, if you gotta preface your movie with the amount of vagina you have in it, then
Right.
it's automatically not going to be a good movie.
Yeah, like if you so happen to get and decide, hey, this might be good if we have this casting, sure. It sounds like with most of these movies, they just say, we're starting with this. Like, well, you're off to a bad start.
Yeah.
Well,
you've already got my vote down.
If I'm doing a movie and I have all female cast members, like, they're gonna go through tragedies, they're gonna be flawed, there's gonna be funny moments. Just because that's how I see characters written. That's
just humans.
Yes.
Yep.
Real
You
humans.
write them too perfect, like Dwayne Johnson movies where they can survive a whole friggin' apocalypse. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Well, oh, by the way, speaking of that,
No, Spock, know your role. Know your role, son.
Okay.
You do realize that The Rock
Wait, what's your name?
entertains the millions and millions of fans.
What's your name? Nobody cares what your name is.
No, but,
You're Luke.
Speaking, I think The Rock is or Dwayne Johnson is in the latest, or going to be in the latest Fast and the Furious movie, but Justin Lin is now resigned. So I'm like, I don't even know if these films, and I wonder if it has to do with Brie Larson. People are speculating, of course.
I would leave if Brie Larson came to my movie.
I don't understand one thing. These cars are flying now. They're going to space. And
they went into space, and I was like, okay.
It's such a waste. I'm like, all right, that's cool. Because when you don't know the plot of these movies, and you see like, oh, there's like almost 8 Fast and Furious movies.
Yeah, to some extent.
Just putting that aside, like
porno.
Seeing that there's like 8 Fast and Furious movies, it's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
9.
You expect them to all be about like street racing. They're not all about street racing. The best one was probably Tokyo Drift and Too Fast, Too Furious. Those were the
First
best
3
ones.
were good.
I don't know. Too Fast, Too Furious wasn't as good as the original, though.
Those were purely grounded stories, all
favorite.
about drifting and racing. Nothing like going to space.
Well,
all had
this
high
is the
stakes.
There's ridiculous
classic Hollywood
things.
movies.
This is the thing, though. We need to figure out. We should do like some sort of panel on this, or like a video or whatever. We need to find someone who has never watched a Fast and Furious movie.
Here.
Okay.
I never saw. I only saw the first one, and I was done. I was like,
the first one.
Well, that's too late. We've already disqualified. You saw the first one.
You've already seen one.
I don't remember anything about the first one. I just remember him saying, "We're family." That's it. That's all I remember.
Well,
And the meme from that car has never seen a lose.
These
Because there's a meme.
These movies to me are still fun because of because of
Sorry,
what's
I
his
cut
name?
you off, and I forgot.
Yeah. Because of Toretto. Because
Really?
yes, these movies to me have been fun because of him. But 9, there is stuff in there that's ridiculous, but there is still some interesting background, though. It is crazy. It's like Toretto's got a brother. Well, where was he before? But then he just pops up.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that these movies are still fun. There is a villain in there. I think it was Charlize Theron. She's now the villain. These films are fun, but you have to be like, the space stuff was ridiculous. I do agree with Spock. It was silly. As
They
heck.
really like Star Trek, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't know. It was weird, but there was some other stuff, and then they connected with things, and then some characters are like, "Oh, he's not dead," and then of course they usually have like a basically at the end of the film they have a big family get together, and they have they eat and stuff. And
that's at least a little bit more down to earth. I like that.
Yeah.
I was going to say we need to find someone who's never watched any Fast and the Furious movies. Show them the first movie, then show them the 9th movie, just in that order, and then just like this is the same series. Like what?
It's some big contrast.
Yeah, but let's kind of be funny around all this because the more we see about this movie, the more we see that. I still remember there's a meme here in Argentina and some Mexico and some places like that, because there's a guy that actually started talking about that movie, like the 8th one, I think it was, and he tells about a scene that actually Toretto hits a car and hits a truck, I think, and the woman hits another thing, and they actually fall. They start flying in the air, and they hug in the middle of the air, or something like that. And I was like, "This is from Fast and the Furious. What the hell?" Even as a scene, as a meme, that was part of the movie, and that makes no sense because in the middle of the air, you're like a piece of ragdoll, literally. If you hit something over 80 miles, you're a ragdoll flying in the air.
Dude, there's no way. Dude, can they just... Dude, Avatar is just so gone.
What remastered? What?
Like, welcome. Welcome Green Lantern, yeah.
Why does it have to be remastered?
The thing about
because they're running out of ideas, that's why.
People didn't understand that Avatar, the original, is pretty much mostly a ripoff of Dances with Wolves. You just have to change the Na'vi with the Indians.
No, but that's the thing.
Native
The thing about Avatar is, like, first of all, I've still never seen it. I know I'm
really?
the
It's
only
all right.
person.
You don't have to.
I've gotten
it's
enough
really good
about,
in 3D though. If you get to watch it in
I've
3D.
I've heard enough about
3D.
My best friend's bought a 3D projector,
nice.
And he brought it to work, and we played Avatar 3D on the projector on our wall, like a 16 by 12 room, and had the glasses on and everything. I swear those little, like the little floaty dandelion things, you were like, I could walk in between them. It was so freaking bad. It was awesome.
Yeah, I've heard. I know enough about it. Like, I pretty much know the whole premise of Avatar. I just haven't seen it. Just because, and the thing is, I think what is happening right now, like, there's a reason this never got a sequel before. And the reason was because, like you guys are saying, it looked so cool. It was a tech demo. I mean, it looked, you guys are saying it still looks cool. And it was made how many years ago? Like, it was basically, wow, this is the most visually impressive film we've ever seen. The story, from everything I've heard, again, I haven't watched it, but from what I've heard, I don't need to watch it to understand it. It's the crappiest story I've ever heard. It's like, hey, it's woke before there was really woke.
But
it's
I'll
just,
give you this.
it's in your face
CGI.
about it.
The CGI is crazy. I remember when I first saw it, that scene where there is like the whole ending battle, and you see all the ships, and when it crashes on the ground and it explodes and it combusts, I was like, how the hell did they do that? Because it looks like an actual ship crashed there. I don't know how. It probably took them hours to animate that. Hours.
Yeah, it seems like it looks really cool. It's just like, it's basic. Like, the only way it could be less subtle is if it just held up at one point they paused the movie and said, "Yeah, colonization bad." That would be the only way that could be less.
It's not only that. It's Cameron's aversion to corporations. Yes. He puts it in almost every one of his stinking movies, and he hates corporate life. And that's exactly what this movie is, like a big corporate.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. The general is really good in this, who's the bad guy. But basically, this movie is exactly what Honest Trailers said. Man bad, trees good. That's really what it is.
Yeah, I can only say this, and this is an opinion of mine, because there are 2 points that I want to make. First one, this to me is a small soldiers version aliens, because that's the point. We have the technical, the military that actually wants to take a place, and the aliens that actually try to defend it.
The colonel.
The second, and the second thing that I want to say is the fact that they actually needed the minerals from under the ground, not the part alive around it. So they could actually lance it, like throw a nuke and go down. That's it. They could have done all the entire movie like in 5 minutes with napalm. They will be like, done. We don't need them. They're done. And that will be the end of the movie. But they will be wrong, whatever. But it's like military, and they're colonizing a new planet. Who the hell cares? They will be like, we're done.
Yeah, like Na'vi. Yeah, like the Na'vi, they connect their tails and stuff to the dragons, so there's just silly stuff like that. And I go, what? And the Na'vi isn't bad, but
instead
I don't know.
Then they use it to
I don't
have
know if you
sex.
guys will agree with me on this, but instead of James Cameron focusing on the Avatar, he should just keep making alien movies. Because I don't know. I think because the Prometheus and Alien Covenant.
I like Prometheus though. I thought it was good.
Actually,
I didn't
after
love
playing
it,
this game, I started to appreciate those movies a lot more because now I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's what James Cameron should continue doing is just Alien, because that fitted a lot more for him. He understood what to do with those characters.
It's so many years. He was like, "Oh, we're gonna have this trilogy, and then we're gonna have these. Then we're gonna have more Avatar, But it's been so many years.
Like 4, right?
Since the first one, at least so many years. So I'm just like, why are we supposed to care about an Avatar 2?
And let's be kind of honest, people will actually watch it for, like you did just now, that you said, like, it visually was spectacular, and I'm not going to say anything else because visually it was great, but the movie wasn't a good movie. It's not like nowadays, even if you like spend $2 billion in graphics and all that, unless you make it as spectacularly beautiful as the first one, nobody's going to care because the story was meh. It was not a great story, like the best story. No,
it's sad because
like
nowadays
said,
you can't have both.
So then we know for a fact that this script, even if it was the best script ever written, people will say like, okay, but the graphics are great. Yeah, the graphics are great. So we'll probably see it. But
it sucks because it's really rare to get a good movie with also really good graphics at the same time. Because nowadays it's like either one or the other. You can't have both. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It won't matter though, because the
Dune
normies are gonna pay to watch this movie. It ain't gonna matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because people just gonna, they just want to watch something. I guess I don't know.
Well, I mean, they are swayed by really great special effects and CGI, especially with Avatar quality. That was, story bad. The CGI was top notch, and they will go to just look at it in wonder and awe and drop their money down. So if they make it, I do expect it to make plenty of money, although the story may still suck to high heaven.
But it
depends how close
I mean, it was the leader in the domestic box office for a long time until, of course, Spider-Man has knocked it off now.
Yeah,
which is great. No way.
We just saw it with Sonic 2 that they can actually have like a good story and something graphics, because it's not the greatest of the world, but it works in some point. But if you have a bad story, like for example Avatar 1, and you actually have to explain around that story that was meh, I don't know if he can make it a good story over that in add more graphics. So that's a place that you cannot go back. So I don't know. And I think they want to make like 6 or 7 more. I don't know how many more want to do. But I think that this is a failure. They will not do any.
Yeah, if this one fails, they won't.
Yeah.
Make any more.
Oh no, definitely.
No. I don't know if it'll do really well. Like it's gonna have to match those same high standards from the first one. But also, like people don't really go to movie theaters anymore. I know that's like
not as much. No.
I know
they
it's
will
like
if it's
not
a good
every
movie.
Yes.
Yeah, but like look at this year. I mean, basically you had Fast and Furious 9 did really well.
Yes.
But it didn't do as well as the last one, I'm pretty sure. No Way Home blew everything out of the water.
It did.
Even like Sonic 2 is breaking video game records.
Yes.
But it wouldn't be anything close to what we were getting, pre-COVID or anything like that. Like I think a lot of people, the routine has been snapped, and that's where you get a lot of your normies. They just go to the movies because they wanted to go. They like the movies, and now their habits have been broken so much. It's like, are they going to show up, or do they even know this is going to happen? Because I don't think they've advertised this too.
What are they going to do with Avatar 2? As far as I remember, the Colonel ended up dying. He was the guy. Yeah, he was one of the best things about that movie. Was the Colonel? He's this villain. He wanted to destroy the Na'vi, destroy the forest or whatever, the trees. But what are they going to do? Like fly on their dragons again? And
no, it's the way of the water. They're going to have new animals to stick their penises in.
Okay, isn't this Disney movie? They should could be like a crossover between Star Wars and this, and they could do it. We know they could do it. They could throw a Darth Vader right there and some stormtroopers and.
What are they gonna do with this? Like the water monster is gonna come out. We have a new threat. The humans are here.
Yeah, the water's gonna talk to them.
Yeah,
it's gonna have like an alien from the abyss.
It is.
We know what's gonna happen. They're gonna have a Trump there. We're gonna have a Trump there. We're gonna have an Orange Man bad. We know it. There's gonna be an Orange Man bad.
I would hope. I've never seen him go in that direction, Cameron, but who knows?
Have they
That
explored
that
the
just
entire
reminds me
planet?
of.
I don't know. It's gonna sound a stupid question. Have they ever explored that entire planet in Avatar?
No.
I don't think
They
they
might do
did.
some
no.
dumb thing of like adding a different culture there.
Oh,
I don't know.
They couldn't even explore it because they knew that the general and all that were like waiting to attack them, so they probably just stayed there.
Really corny story. I'm expecting.
we need. You were talking about crossovers. This is what we need. We need the Fire Nation to attack. Full crossover.
Yes,
Full
yes.
for it.
and then it started. You actually see Katara and Sokka there, and they're like, "This could be good." I don't know.
Then I'm like, you know what? I'll watch it.
What
Okay,
we need is
have we crossed the street right now?
What we need is we need to push on Twitter is the Adventures of Woopa, and then we'll see, and we'll make that live action film.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
I'm down. I don't do much though. I'm very boring.
Then we throw like a little culture casino in there, and one of the Avengers.
Whoopa throws a mean headbutt.
Yeah,
I do.
people still don't understand. Now they probably do, but people didn't understand that legitimately that script is pretty much a ripoff of Dance with Wolves. The chief who's in the Na'vi is the same chief who was in Dance with Wolves.
Say
Not
what?
only that, it's a mix between dancing.
For real?
I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah,
Oh my
and
god.
and the funny part is some people even told me that like it's
Avatar one.
Pocahontas actually with aliens.
Yeah.
Some people told me like
Zoe's character is Zoe Saldana. Yeah, she's
Oh yeah.
yeah,
She's
she
in
because she's
Westworld.
in that. Yeah.
And-
There is kind of like a Pocahontas thing because of but Sigourney Weaver, if I remember, wasn't bad in the first Avatar movie.
Yeah.
No, she
I
wasn't.
liked it for I can see
Never fails.
I
She
can
came
see
close to failing in Paul, but that was okay too.
I can see the why people didn't like the first one because it had more of a tree hugger type of vibe to it. But
Oh, it definitely was, man.
Yeah, it was. But like, I don't know. I feel like this might be a hot take, but I actually thought it wasn't too bad. Not for the story. I mean, yeah, the story was. It's it was bland. Like when they came up. I mean, literally, when they came up with the ore that they're trying to like get from the planet, they called it unobtainium. Really,
Yes.
fellas?
And they stole that from
Really?
the core.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
You got a group. I mean, picture this: you got a freaking group of writers, or group of professional people, and the best you can come up with is unobtainium.
That's the standard name for anything that's a very weird metal that you don't
okay,
have.
let's just
name
not
for.
call him MacGuffin, and it will be okay. If they call him MacGuffin, it will be more funny. Let's just be honest. We need the MacGuffin. I will be like, okay, MacGuffinia, even better, MacGuffinia.
Oh my gosh!
At this point, they can just call it. I don't know what. Jar Tanium. Something like that.
Mystery box. Remember, we gotta have a mystery box. Well, what's the story about? That doesn't
Mr.
matter.
Boxinia.
Guys, I think I know we just finished this movie, but maybe we should have had a plan.
No, I just call it Vulcan Spice.
I was gonna say,
Okay, even that sounds a little bit better.
I don't know what you're smoking, but it went bad. Unobtainium, really? Yeah, yes, but my first idea was actually J.J. Abrams, so I don't know.
I'm like, yeah, I mean that.
Jar
that
Jar
being-
Lamia.
That
Ew.
being said, I'm like, it was. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it in IMAX, and it's actually the
Yes.
only movie I've seen in IMAX.
I saw
And
Dune in IMAX. That was the only one.
I was like, I don't know if it's. I mean, nowadays, if I'll consider a movie watchable if it's not like the standards now that everything's gone woke and all that. I'm like, okay, if it's not woke and it's kind of entertaining, I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll rent it.
Cameron's also just he's legitimately an egomaniac. He can be very interesting to listen to, but when you saw him up there, some of you probably didn't because I don't know if some of you were born that yet or very young. But when you saw him up there and he goes, "I'm the king of the world," when he won all these like Oscars for Titanic, you're like, "Gosh, you're an arrogant son of a bitch."
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, another thing that I this is a thing that I did, and I'm not joking. I think 2001 was Titanic on, and I went to the cinema, and I swear this I did it. I watched that movie because I didn't never like Titanic, and I hated Leonardo DiCaprio back then. I still think it's a great actor, but I don't like a lot how it's a good actor anyway. And I remember in that moment when Jack died, I stood up, clapped, and I went away. I didn't care about the movie anymore. I was like, I'm done.
Yeah, I didn't care.
It was so
God.
boring to me, that movie. A lot of people told me like, "How could you do that, dude? It was boring, that movie. I was done.
Yeah.
I only wanted to see him die and done."
Hour was this like love story soap opera. It was so boring. The second hour had all this it's cool special effects. It's
This
like
cool
okay, I
special
like the
effect and all that.
second hour. Yeah.
I
But,
love to see movies of disaster movies to actually see people die. I love that. I love to see the destruction and all that because it makes such a great effects and how you see the people reacting to those destruction. All that is great. But when I see a movie like Titanic that they actually focus so much about a relationship between a man and a woman inside a disaster like it was Titanic, that a lot of people die, and they actually created a new character and all that, it's like I don't care. And the fact is even funnier if you think for 5 minutes that the fact that she could actually like grab something or do something at least or try to keep him alive or I don't know something.
Like we're all in agreement, right? That Rose is the villain of this like movie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just to be clear, like I want to make my thoughts heard.
I never saw the movie actually.
And
you know,
I never watched it. It's boring.
Point.
And let's not.
I've heard Gary say this on Neurotic quite a bit. One problem with storytelling nowadays is the writers aren't on enough coke. Think about all the movies that we had back in the 80s.
Okay. Remember when? Have you ever seen the Sean Tron video of Sega when he's making a Sonic?
Yeah,
He said, "What the hell is a Sonic?" It's the same. You actually have to be on that much coke to actually understand what the hell are they doing in the movies. Oh god damn it! I love that video.
You should see if you can pull up that clip. I don't know if they would let you pull it up, but they might.
No, I don't think.
Pull up that clip. Pacific from Family Guy. How you doing, Gary Busey? You good, Gary Busey? And he's looking in the mirror. It's hilarious.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I just love the video. You know, the Family Guy. Every time they you know the William Shatner appear, he will teleport everywhere when he talk. I love that character.
You know, I think I figured out. I wanted to make a PSA real quick, if you're okay with it, Mike.
Well, you know, I am a child of the 80s, and at the end of every cartoon, there was a PSA. Kids, in today's episode, we learned not to touch live power lines.
That's
Why?
right.
Because you could die.
Yeah. No, this is the battle. G.I. Jose. Oh, wait, that's
No. That guy will actually sell you the coke. He will not stop you from selling it. He will be like, "Hey, man, do you want some?"
Hey, Mike, I'm sharing my screen. This is what Hollywood needs to do.
All right.
Okay. And
oh man.
Oh, it has no sound. Oh,
I'm not doing sound. That's That's what Hollywood needs to do.
That's what they used to do. That's what they used to do.
Yeah. And then they came with strange kind of things like saying James Cameron saying, "I want to make a 8 foot tall big blue thing that is actually another planet, and I need a colonel because the colonel is gonna attack him, and then I don't know. I think about it. It will be called Avatar. Why is it called Avatar? I don't know. It will be called Avatar. And that's it. That was the first script,
Oh my
And
gosh. Just, yeah.
we need. It's funny because we know for a fact that that movie wasn't good, but it's sold a lot because of the spectacular
Some
visuals and all
some
that.
people still
But
liked it. I mean,
yeah, but
it's just when people are like, "Oh, that movie was amazing," and it's like, did you like it only because of the special effects, or did you actually pay more attention to the story?
Well,
Because the
that's the
story
thing.
is, oh,
I didn't think it was
no,
that
no,
amazing.
no. You
Like I
just need
said,
to
I
ask.
fell asleep.
You just need to ask them. Do you remember the story? Because a lot of people will tell you, "No, I don't remember anything about
Well,
it."
hindsight's
That's the reality.
20/20 in this sort of things. When you're watching it,
Man,
you don't real. Most people don't realize,
no,
what
man, bad
the
tree's
story's about.
good. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
bad tree's
Yeah.
good.
That's what the PSA I wanted to make. I think that's why I don't like this movie. It's not because of the story. It's not because of the visual. It's because I'm actually just pro global warming. As a water Pokemon myself, the goal is to melt all the ice caps. So there will be more water for more Woopas. That is the goal. We need a water paradise. That's
You're saying the private
remember.
stuff out loud.
Yes, I'm sorry. I said too much. I said too much.
You said too much.
Yeah.
Uh,
Your plan is on fruition right now, so don't worry. Do you remember that? I remember back in the day, like in the 90s and 2000, they were trying so hard to push the rainforest this, the rainforest that, the global warming, all that. And
Really?
a lot of movies and shows have that. Why?
You don't want to give me started.
It's getting worse. Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember a movie how Fern Gully or something like that. I think it was called. Yeah,
Ferngully. Oh yeah,
I
there's
remember
Probably the last
it
three
had
sports.
it had Robin Williams and I hope that the other name. I
Whoopi
forgot.
Goldberg
Tim
in
Curry,
there?
Tim Curry, and Robin Williams as voices, and it was such a bad movie. And I was like, "Come on, you have Tim Curry
Oh
and
man,
Robin
I think
Williams
I
there."
think I had to watch that in elementary school or something. Ferngully. Ugh.
It was bad.
I don't remember liking that.
Oh,
movie.
stop it! You guys were normies. You loved it.
I love Ferngully, and then I saw a special screening of Babe.
There you
Actually,
go.
That's a wood one.
Babe
I
was
love
alright,
Babe.
but
Yeah, I love Babe. It was so stupid, but so
Babe, Pig in the City.
Babe was tasty.
Oh my god!
Oh, hey Babe, come over here.
Oh my god!
I got a clamoring for some.
You do well, Pig. Now into my belly.
Get into my belly.
Yeah, get into my belly.
Yes.
I love that.
baby.
I love that character.
That
Goddamn.
kind of looked like a ham.
Oh,
Oh gosh.
You truly are a fat bastard.
yep.
This reminds me of the end of the fat bastard. You're not fat
Yeah.
anymore. I'm
I-
on the Subway diet. I've got all this extra skin laying around. I'm flapping
Yeah.
about. I look like a turkey or something.
And
My
then-
my
No,
neck
like
is
a
like a vagina.
Oh, that's
I
shit.
still would say those Austin Power movies are funny. Goldmember and I can't
Yeah.
remember
I have watched
Spy Who
more-
Shagged
Austin
Me.
Powers,
Yeah, the
The
original
Spy Who
Austin
Shagged Me?
Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. They're funny movies, and I just you gotta love Doctor Evil. How about a hug? How about a hug? Yeah.
Throw me
No.
a
Give me a
freaking
hug.
bone here.
I have a shh right here, and I'm not afraid to use it. I love that scene.
man.
I-
Scott, how about a hug?
Scotty, don't.
I
Scotty,
can be
don't.
hip.
We will call this preparation H.
Preparation H. Yeah.
I've been frozen for how many years?
Sharks
Uh,
with freaking laser beams
Yeah.
attached to their
Touch their
head.
freaking head.
Yeah.
I've been
To-
frozen
to
for
your
30
edge.
freaking
Yeah.
years. Throw me a freaking bone
Oh,
here.
Your
Yeah.
father.
Yeah,
Yes,
your
that's what I say, Pasha.
How
Pacha.
about
Smoking a pancake.
Bong in a blitz.
How about no?
Yeah.
Crazy
It
Dutch
tastes
bastard.
nutty. Yeah.
Ah,
www.zip
dude.
Did you see? That's a
You
great
mean
movie. You
to-
actually remember a lot of things about a great movie.
Oh, yeah,
That's a
dude.
love it.
That's when comedy was comedy.
Yeah.
I love it because I have
Who
a
was
friend
the-
who's Dutch, and I'll
Oh.
send him all the time. There's only two things I hate in this world: people intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
And he was Dutch. That's the funny part.
Yeah, Carrie
Oh,
Fisher even popped up in like Austin Powers, and she was like a counselor, so it was funny. Those
Mini
movies are
Me was
still funny.
great.
Yeah, they're crude to an extent, but the story is still there, and they're still funny. And
Dude,
obviously, they're takeoffs of James Bond. But
let's
still,
never forget the scene from the second movie when he actually goes to Sherry Springer, and it's a great scene because you actually see that is how you use a real contemporary like thing, because you see that scene from Sherry Springer, you understand how it was Sherry Springer. You see, my father is evil and I don't like him, and it's like he was never there, and I need to, hey Sherry, what's your problem? You want to cook? Well, I'm gonna. He's that beep beep beep. I love that because it makes so much sense to actually like go from one place to another, and I love that because of Austin Powers, because he went from like one place to another in a second. You were like seeing the scene from it does look like two giant nuts, I have nuts, and then you go to Sherry Springer. What the hell? How did you go? Doesn't make any sense, but it's great because it makes sense inside the story, and even if it is funny, it makes sense because they say like my father was frozen for 50 years and he was never there. And then it was this the little post sign that he had in the front of that scene.
True.
And I do wonder sometimes they could do that movie right now. I think they could never do that movie right now.
No, they can't. They can't. They wouldn't be able to use the same type of humor they used in those 3 Austin Power movies. But input latency, you make a good point. It is probably time to go to bed. But before we do that, because I do cover it here on the channel, and the next episode will be episode number 316 of the box score.
What?
I said 316. Cubs Braves.
What?
Recap tomorrow night.
What?
10 p.m.
What?
Well, it is a final from Atlanta this evening. Cubs beat the Braves by a final score of 6-3. Wilson Contreras and Patrick Wisdom helped the Cubs win tonight's ball game after the Cubs did have a 3-1 lead and Michael Givens could not hold the Braves. But there you see it. Winning pitcher is David Robertson. He goes to 1-0 on the season. Losing pitcher is Tyler Maztek, and he falls to 0-1. And Rowan Wick gets his first save of the season. And with that, the Cubs improve to 8-10 on the season.
Ooh.
Hey, at least we're not the Reds.
Do you see that? That's because he only understood the joke because we don't know about baseball.
Yes.
Hey, I get it.
Did you in Cincinnati?
Did you get the? Did you watch the fight today?
You mean that brawl between the Cardinals and the Mets?
Heck yeah!
Was there another fight again? Jeez, if it's on the stands,
Dude,
it's
not only was there a fight. Well, they tried to hit Nolan Arenado. No one tries to hit Nolan Arenado. He's a national treasure.
They did go inside. That was too far inside.
But on top of that, forget that. The highlight of the fight was 49-year-old, 5'7", first base coach Stubby Clapp, like basically just taking down Pete Alonso, grabs him from back, just pulls him down. And you're watching this like, oh my gosh, that man is a first base coach manhandling Pete Alonso, who is not a small dude.
No, he's not.
And afterwards, oh my gosh, I know, I'm sorry. I know you're trying to close it up and I'm derailing, but this is great. It's just Pete Alonso.
I am the one that brought up the final score of the Cub game tonight.
You did, yeah.
Pete Alonso afterwards. Oh, I could hurt someone. He should just face me like a man or whatever. It's like, dude, you're talking a lot of smack for a guy who just got taken down by a 50-year-old first base coach. I don't think anyone's worried about you.
Whoops.
I wouldn't be.
Nope. Sounds like he's making excuses.
Well, isn't that what most teams do when...
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Man,
so
people have a lot of anger lately in baseball for sure. If it's
if it's not the players on the field, it's the fans in the stands.
Seriously, crazy.
Dude, and you have never shown. If I show you some of the football games, soccer games right here,
I've
you wouldn't
seen,
believe me.
man. Oh, I believe you. Trust me, I believe you.
One day, we actually had a joke because River, which is a normal, it's a very big sport like club here, actually got to descend from the category A to B, which is a really big disgrace. And they started making memes because some of the fans got into the field and started like shouting and trying to punch some of the players. And they say like Sub-Zero and Scorpion just show in the field because they were like all covered up with shins or like something yellow. And they made like 1,000 jokes around that. And I'm not joking, this happened so much that they actually burned the stadium, and they got all the owners and like producers and all that from the club inside a little room because they were burning all the stadium around it. And they actually had to get it with the police just to get them out. So
I saw one. It was funny though that they threw a banana at the person, and and then he picked it up and he got, oh, cool, food, and he ate it. I laughed. So
but
hard.
that was one of the so many that they actually to one referee they actually like throw a piece of a piece of ice that he had his face. I don't know if you can find that one. It was like he grabbed it, he left it, and he threw it like to the back.
Well, one of my favorite one was, of course, Zidane, who like just went into the chest with his head. Remember that one? That was a few years ago. Do you remember that one?
Yeah,
that was cool.
That was lovely.
They made a joke on Family Guy. It was freaking hilarious.
But they don't know about Chilabert, which was a goalkeeper here in Argentina that actually went to one of the other players. He grabbed him like into a full Nelson, and he threw it all the way to the back of the field. I'm not joking. And it was great because it was his last game, and they had like a big fight with that player. So he waited until he came like for a head. For I tried to make a goal with the head, and he just grabbed him and he just went like, wah! And that video he has a video of that, and it's funny as hell because we knew that he had a big fight with him.
If you ever watch, I don't know if you've heard of Sports Center or not, Zan, but
yes.
If you ever watch the 30 for 30 they did on the two Escobars, I don't know if you heard that player from Colombia at the time. This was quite a number of years ago. They actually killed him because he scored in his own goal. That is horrible.
Yeah, because in 1998, I think it was. I can't remember the year, but yes, he got it. He got them out of the World Cup, and he went. And honest to God, I'm not joking about this, but that is normal here. There are so much fans about that stupid game that sometimes.
It's just sick, man. That's
I had a girlfriend with an ex, but I only lasted like for 6 months because it was a disaster. She was so fan of that River Plate club that even if you got like to his house and River was playing, he will not give 2 cents about your life. And one day, one of those games was on my own birthday, and she was watching the game as we were like making barbecue and the cake and all that. So imagine that. And I was like, please, for the love of God, just this day, don't watch that game. And she just turned on the TV and started watching the game. I think 20 days later, I was kicking her ass out.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was like, on that note,
yeah, seriously.
I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this edition of Pacific 414 Pop Talk. I want to thank Zan Zoltan. Thank you for being on the panel.
No problem.
Moss, thank you for being on the panel, brother.
Indubitably.
Of course,
thank you very much. Whoopa, thank you. Cash, thank you. Also want to thank Green Lantern for coming on, and also the Admiral.
Admiral.
Yes.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Wait a minute.
Hello,
Paul.
It's Paul. It's Paul.
Who is this guy?
Captain on deck.
Who's this guy, man? Who's that guy, man? What's up, Paul?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing
good.
You took a break from playing Skyrim, I see.
Yeah, I took a break from Skyrim and was playing Mario Kart earlier with my brother, and then I was just on Baron Orman Tag's channel.
Oh, nice.
that's
Yeah,
right.
because he had an open mic. Yeah.
Still on, I think.
Should
That's
probably
the
still
same
come on.
one.
Do we want to rate him? No, we don't have. We're too
No,
tired. We did
I
like
gotta
a
go to
2
bed
hour-
and I gotta pee. So
All right. In that order.
Hey, what do you call you, Amber Heard or what?
Hey, I gotta pee. I don't have to crap, so I'm,
Yeah.
I have rubber sheets.
Oh
I was gonna make such a bad joke, so I prefer to keep it.
So what you guys end up talking about tonight?
Everything.
A lot of
Everything.
A little bit of everything and some other things. Now,
Video games, movies, politics, you name it.
I gotcha.
I saw some news concerning Obi-Wan that I didn't get to tonight, and
don't tell me,
yeah.
Mike. Better be.
Yep.
Don't tell me, Mike.
Deborah
Don't tell
Chow
me it's what I think it is.
is talking back her points about sticking to George Lucas's vision. Yeah. Here, let me get the article.
Well, Obi-Wan and Darth Vader have a lightsaber fight. She's not sticking. They're not sticking to the vision.
We did have George Lucas come by here a little bit ago.
Yeah, he did. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
That's a big
He
shout
didn't
out,
talk
big
a lot,
fan.
but he's there.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, I didn't know he became a fan of
true.
Mike's. Yeah, that's amazing.
He wanted to check out this crazy show called Pop Talk because he heard that the host is completely insane.
Hey, he's doing good. I see 24 likes on this video. I don't know if you're aware.
Nice.
That's
nice.
A whole heck of a lot.
Very
baby.
nice.
That's good, man.
Very nice.
Well, I
Very
hope
nice.
everybody's enjoyed what they saw. And... Yes, let's talk about this real quick.
Don't tell me bad news, man. Kenobi's supposed to be what, the greatest thing of Star Wars since whatever.
Since the Book of Boba Fett.
All right.
Oh, the Book of Boba? Yes.
So this is from Bounty in the Comics. It's by John F. Trent, and it was posted yesterday. And the headline reads: Obi-Wan Kenobi's showrunner Deborah Chow instantly contradicts herself after claiming she will respect George Lucas' vision.
Yeah.
I know I've already used it tonight, but I'm using it again.
What?
Should get the Darth Vader one.
No.
He's flying down the trench, and then like the other TIE fighter bangs into him. And he goes, "What?"
I should.
Oh, I know what you're
Man, don't tell me, Mike. What the?
Obi-Wan Kenobi showrunner Deborah Chow instantly contradicted herself after vowing to respect George Lucas's vision in the upcoming Disney Plus show that takes place between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope. While discussing the famous line, "I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master." That Darth Vader utters to Obi-Wan during their lightsaber battle on the Death Star. Kenobi actor Ewan McGregor addressed whether or not the battle on Mustafar was indeed the last time Darth Vader felt Kenobi's presence. McGregor told Entertainment Weekly, maybe, before adding, "It's fun. It's very clever how all these threads are created. It's like working backwards and forwards at the same time for the writers and for Deborah." She then, wait, I skipped a paragraph. As for Chow, she first noted it was definitely something we were very mindful of. She then added, and for me, also taking on George Lucas' legacy, it's an honor to take these characters and to be able to tell a new story with them. So I wanted to be very respectful to what exists and not change anything that George intended originally or anything like that. However, Chow would then state, obviously, there is room for interpretation here and telling the story.
That's Hollywood talk for.
Don't make me kill you. Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy! If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. I will do what I must. You will try.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Yes.
I don't think this is as big a deal as we're thinking. I'm going to read it again. Obviously, there is room for interpretation here, and telling the story that they did have these 20 years, and obviously something happened in these 20 years, and that there are some things from our series where there's going to be a bit more room for interpretation on. To me, that does not immediately scream retcon. To me, that scene, that's... I'm going to add my own thing, but I'm going to do it tastefully where it would make sense to George Lucas's universe. Now, if I am wrong, I am wrong, and I will own it.
I hope you're right. I just don't see that.
Yeah, I hope you're right too, Paul.
I don't see that as I don't see that new Inquisitor they've shown though as a good start.
Yeah,
I agree with you on that, but I don't.
It's gonna be all about her.
I really hope you're right, Paul.
I don't think
because for me that screams like
Yeah.
Vader's gonna meet Obi-Wan before, and I don't want that to happen.
Did anybody see that clip that they leaked out where Vader was fighting somebody?
No.
seemed...
I hope it's just one of his Inquisitors. He's just giving them a lesson.
Yeah, the fathead Inquisitor Spock.
If it's, I guess it might not be. That quote isn't damning, I'd say.
What
but
was that
I
species
also
called
wouldn't
again?
give him,
Utapauan?
I don't know, but they looked cooler because we were doing some comparison.
What was it, Revenge of the Sith or
Attack
Attack of the Clones?
Yeah,
they looked a lot cooler.
The head was smaller. This one's like the fat head.
This looks like a fan-made film.
It does.
Okay.
Well, no, the quality is good, but I mean, like the makeup for him looked very fan-made because they could have made him actually look like the creature.
Or just break from their desire to use practical.
We're talking
effects
about
and
Disney
use
here; they can afford
CGI.
the makeup.
She just already in the next line. She already said that she will make a rematch. So it's the same. They're gonna make that fight scene. So
okay.
she said one thing over there. She said one thing, and then she just went the other way in the next line. So she said like this will be a rematch of the century. Done. They're gonna make that fight, and they're gonna try to push it as this was a fight that actually happened.
I hope if they're gonna fight, it's gonna be based off that comic where Vader's just having a vision.
Yeah, it will be good, man.
Where he beats Obi-Wan, but it's not actually real. It's just him really fulfilling himself to the dark side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only way I could see it being, I mean, I don't think any fight is going to be good, but like it'd be interesting if they'd had him like Darth Vader like trailing Obi-Wan, like all like it makes sense. He's hunting down all these other Jedi. He'd be trying to find Obi-Wan, but he couldn't ever actually find him because that would screw everything up.
But hear me out. Like imagine that clip Mike played, the intensity with the opera and how it's all like a space opera and the orchestral music. They keep that, and what the show is gonna kind of introduce. I don't know about the entire the entire season, but it's gonna be based off that Force vision. But we're gonna basically see Mustafar, the high ground again. That whole scene, I don't know about it all being completely remastered. I'd like some of it to stay the same, but we're gonna see it in higher quality. And maybe just see the vision play out of Vader trying to, this time, beat Obi-Wan. And in the comic, or the book, sorry, the novel, he doesn't, like, jump. Instead, he just force chokes Obi-Wan and kills him.
Do you think what is this? This is going to be 7 episodes.
I doubt they're going to do that, but it would be an interesting idea. It would keep that, like, while Vader's going through a vision, we also get cuts to it's different chapters within the episode. There's that, and then there's what's happening with Obi-Wan on Tatooine. So it just cuts to 2 different perspectives throughout the show.
There will definitely be cuts. Isn't Hayden Christensen supposed to be in there as Anakin also? So they're definitely going to be doing back and forth in time, flashbacks and stuff. So
yeah. I can't wait to see the flashbacks more personally, because those are going to be where we all remember Star Wars as a good place. It's going to probably be flashbacks from either Obi-Wan remembering Anakin from Attack of the Clones when they were really young, or even after that from Revenge of the Sith, before all the Clone War went down.
I haven't read the novel of Kenobi. Do they need to follow a lot of the novel for this to be a successful show, or?
For me personally, no. Okay. I just want to be able to go into this and enjoy it without being like, wait, why are they doing this? This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, same.
I agree. Yeah.
Is Kenobi part of the EU?
Yes.
Then they've abandoned all the EU stuff.
And I've read it, and it is a good. It's slow beginning, but a good ending.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll take from it because they've chunked that in the garbage.
Yeah.
And see, I wouldn't mind if you saw a fight between Vader and Obi-Wan if it was a flashback and it was actually Vader reflecting back to their fight on Mustafar. And maybe he's created his own version in his mind where in his imagination, he actually won that fight.
Yes.
Yeah, like whenever Vader goes in that, I forget what that's called, but when he has to take off his helmet and rejuvenate his skin.
Back to
that. Yeah, that whenever he goes in that is probably when he starts to have his visions.
I think that's a hyperbaric chamber.
Back to tank.
Do you? Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking where he sits and takes his helmet off, but when he's like in Rogue One, where he was in his back to tank on Mustafar.
Do you guys feel like? Well, I'm sure you might, but that Disney really dropped the ball by not, allowing Luke to, meet his wife Mara Jade. like we've seen in the novels, obviously the EU. For some reason, like we've talked about, Disney is against the EU for some reason, even though there's so many awesome stories in there. But whatever.
Play that edited George Lucas clip. Get out! Get out!
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Please play it. Phil McCracken's been bugging me to watch it. # Justice for Star Trek 5.
This was. I think this is what's going to happen here. Let me know. I don't know if I shared the audio in hindsight, but.
Okay.
No, I'm not hearing anything.
No, I don't hear anything.
No, I don't hear anything at all.
Hold on. Let me redo it. Take 2. Cut.
Dave Cullen just dropped a Star Trek 5 video today, so you want to go check that out.
All right.
Star Trek 5. Justice.
Oh, yes.
Excuse me. I just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
Excuse me. I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
There it is.
I know this ship like the back of my hand.
As God is my witness, he is broken in half.
Dude, I really wish a lot of people would go and watch. I wonder if a lot of like Kurtzman and these people, did they ever watch like Star Trek 4 and why that film is so enjoyable? It's not just the humor in that movie, but yeah, just I don't know.
What?
That was a double.
All right,
you got echoed.
That echoed.
What?
Yeah.
What?
No, but do you know what I'm saying? Is do you guys think that these people like Kurtzman have ever watched any of this old Star Trek 2?
They could care less
Well,
about
if they
anything
have, they
but
tuned
original
out.
series.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much. If they did watch it, they probably just tuned out of it. They didn't
care
understand the
for it.
message.
They don't like Star Trek.
They probably had to watch it because their job told them like you have to watch
Yeah.
this stuff, or
They
you're
only
gonna get
looked
fired
at
or something.
what they consider the base episodes. They give them the base premise of the series, which they still didn't get. Because you know how they like to go back to the cage where Spock was smiling. Well, maybe when Spock was touching that plant, that caused Spock to smile because he couldn't suppress his emotion due to whatever's in that plant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
And
even then, I don't know if they watched it. They probably just gave it a quick Google.
What are you doing
maybe,
up there?
you know,
I told
quick
you to return
memory.
to the ship. I didn't want to, Jim.
They might have just done a quick memory alpha, but like
It's just
at the same time, some of there is stuff in those projects where I hear like they make some references, but not good references. They bring in like a bunch of remember berries. They throw in the Constitution class, even though it's not the same class at all that we've seen before. Not even the motion picture design of it. And they bring back, what is it? Khan Noonien Singh has a relative now that's going to be on Strange New Worlds. That's going to be a part of the crew.
That's serving on the Enterprise, and
So,
nobody has
and
any
nobody,
memory of that.
nobody knows about that. I don't know. It's just they're bringing in all these references, but they're not placed in a smart way.
Yeah.
Smart.
I'll say that. I'll say one thing. I'll say one thing about references. I wasn't a big fan of the JJ trilogy, but first one I think everyone can say is probably the best one. Maybe.
Yeah, it was fine. It's just
the third one.
The
third one, Star Trek Beyond. Simon Pegg had more of the script in his control, and towards the ending, if you guys caught it, when they were on that Federation ship that they found crashed in the rock, Scotty's bringing up a bunch of ideas of like what would have happened to this ship, and people thought a green hand reached up and took it. Like that was a smart reference, talking about a original series episode where Apollo's green hand stopped the Enterprise in mid orbit, and then they had to be forced to beam down. It was like a direct reference. That's a smart placement. What they're doing in Discovery nowadays, and it's just there because
amateurs.
It's there, yeah. It's there because, hey, look, remember this? That's all it is.
Here, if I may interject, this is what I think I have leaks. This is what the new Kenobi series is going to be like.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground! You underestimate my power! Don't try it!
Wow, that got dark.
I love that.
So uncivilized.
There you go.
Play that escalated quickly, me.
Really
all right, I will. Wait, let me get to it. I didn't even have it ready. Here we go.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Spoilers for Deep Space Nine, which I haven't seen yet.
It's okay.
No, I don't think so.
I know.
Yeah, Crit will tell me 500 times that I need to. Oh, well, you didn't keep up with Deep Space Nine. You need to watch it more. You only watch one first season. I was like, look, I'm gonna give it a chance, especially since we have our Tuesday night trek. So I might start liking Deep Space Nine more after season 1. We'll see.
Man, there was nothing wrong with Deep Space Nine.
Once you get to season 1, it's good.
Okay.
So I do want to go ahead and head out. Thank you, Pacific, for letting me come on here. But I do want to mention a couple things. Number one, my 2 channels, the Star Wars Guys and Master Paul's Game Room. If you are not subscribed, of course, please do. I'm sure someone's going to put the link to both in the chat. But I also want to mention one thing. Cash Money mentioned Tuesday Night Trek. That is one of the weekly streams that happens on the Star Wars Guys. Spock's part of it, Cash is part of it, Pacific's part of it. Something that I've been working on and have finally started making progress on is I am writing my own Star Trek story as sort of a live script reading that I want to do with the Tuesday Night Trek crew.
Mm-hmm.
But I need some more actors. So
I can be James T. Kirk.
I appreciate that, but
I'm just teasing.
So it's going to be all original characters. The basic premise is we're going to be the crew of the Tuesday Night Trek goes up against the Admiral, who is of course played by Nerdporeal Lifeform.
I knew that.
And he is this large incorporeal being that is amassing a fleet essentially of all the ships that pretty much exist. You know, Federation, Klingon, Romulan, Dominion, what have you. And he's amassing a fleet of his own to take down at least Starfleet, if not everyone else. But basically, I need some more parts. I need a narrator. I need a couple minor bridge officers. And I need someone to be not the admiral, because again, that's nerdporial, but an admiral. Basically, the admiral that kind of reports in and gives you the mission. So if anyone,
I know this guy named Just Another Red Shirt.
Just Another Red Shirt?
He might fit in.
Can
I might think about that.
Can I just get in as the admiral so I can say your mission if you choose to accept it? Oh wait, no, wrong series,
wrong franchise.
Yes. But anyways, if anyone is interested in being part of that, hit me up. My Twitter is @MasterPaul120. Discord is, well, if you need my Discord, I'm sure Pacific will get it to you.
Yes,
but anyways, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Thanks for that. And also, make sure to tune in here to this channel, PACIFIC414. I think around Saturday midnight Eastern time, because if I understood you correctly, Pacific, you are going to be streaming my fight with Mexican Iron Man. Is that correct?
Yes, as long as Mike still wants me to be a part of it, I will do it. As long as
awesome. All right, well, that is it. I'm going to be going to bed before going to work and getting on the road tomorrow. So I will see you guys later.
Captain.
No.
Spock.
That's well, Captain.
See you later, guys.
I'll take the bridge.
Bye.
I have to head off too, so I'm
So
passing,
then-
acting captain to Pacific again.
So then I'll be one of those red shirts, right? I'm gonna die today, right?
Well, they need a Chekhov type guy, I think. So yeah,
Yeah.
We need someone to scream.
Yeah.
Who can do a good Wilhelm?
Say Wessels.
Wessels. Wessels so quaint.
Admiral, we found the nuclear vessel.
The-
Admiral,
So
it is the
Alameda.
Enterprise.
no. Hello.
Where is Alameda?
Alameda.
I think it's across the bay in Alameda.
In
Yes,
Alameda.
I know the bay.
Yeah, of course.
I
Kill
am
the one from Latin America.
Oh my gosh.
Kill the minority.
Right.
The hell they are your whales. I mean, there's just so many great lines in Star Trek.
Double dumb A on you.
Yeah,
Captain, is now a good time for a colorful metaphor.
Hey,
Okay, Riker.
Thanks, Riker.
Do you have Ricola?
Oh,
Ricola.
Ricola.
All right, Mike. This was fun, though. I'm gonna have to
Yes,
head
it
off.
was. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. I know I said that several minutes ago, but
Yeah.
4 hours. It's fun though.
I'm just gonna leave anyway if you don't.
I'm gonna leave.
oh, trust me, I know you guys would probably go. Where do Mike go if I just all of a sudden left? Bye,
But
guys.
everyone, feel free to join me on Friday. I'll be streaming Star Trek Online at
All right.
6:30.
Sure,
Let me
man.
go ahead and
I don't know if I saw your channel right here.
don't
Did
worry,
you-
don't worry. I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
He'll
Picked
get
the wrong
he'll
day
get all
for
the
that, man.
channels. That's right.
Like everybody's watching FNT.
Yep.
Or Doomcock. Well,
Not
Yeah.
everybody.
I can watch too.
Or Avatar.
You're the only one that's gonna see Avatar. Don't lie. unless if it's Avatar: The Legend of Aang, then we're watching it together.
I can't believe there's actually going to be finally an Avatar 2. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this.
That
You
and
always say that. You
possibly
always
a
say we have a
Tron
bad
3.
feeling about this.
Tron 3, otherwise known as Morbius 2.
Tron 3. Disney doesn't care about Tron anymore.
That's what I heard. They're making a new one with Jared Leto.
Oh shit,
dude!
Damn.
They
Yeah,
really
I
him
talked
shove.
about that on Pop Talk, and
They ruined
It's gonna be
Uprising.
bad.
They were
They
like,
should just bring back
Uprising
Sam
was
and
really good.
introduce
Yeah,
Beck.
of course.
You guys have seen Tron
Definitely,
Uprising. They
and
bring
Korra.
in Beck into like live action.
And bring
That'd
Korra
be awesome.
back because Korra and Sam are together.
Dynamic
still,
trio
so.
right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's not. I don't know about that.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. It'll turn out okay. Maybe Disney will make us feel good again.
Forever the optimist you are.
That's right. Seriously.
I'm more of a pessimist all the day.
Oh yeah, mostly. Me too, man.
Yeah, I was a really big optimist guy until Disney started to buy shit. So then I stopped being that.
If people can feel happier on Twitter, which I've noticed the last few days people have, anything's possible, I guess.
I mean, if they keep making memes, I'll be happy and fine. I love memes. If they can, if we can actually like make an history document of all the memes as the thing burns, it's okay with me.
Yeah.
Well, this is the battle that we're in. This is kind of how it is.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
Yeah.
Because I'm Elon Musk.
Walk, live
Live long
and prosper.
Yeah.
Live long and prosper, everybody.
All right.
We'll see you guys soon.
Yeah. See you soon.
Bye.
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 Yes. Thank you to everybody who came by in the chat. Paranorm and Tog, the Padawannabe, Dan Zoltan, thank you.
No problem.
Nerporeal, thank you. The lovely Sherry, thank you very much. Input Latency, thank you very much. Everybody. Anomas, thank you for coming on the panel. Whoopa, thank you.
That's
Cash,
the 100 subscriber whoopa to you.
Oh,
Nice.
excuse me. That sounds like
wait a minute. Somebody's getting a little too big for his britches now.
Right,
Oh, Mike's going to unsubscribe real quick. I don't think so.
Hold on, let me unsubscribe. Wait, did I?
Wow, we can get him down to 95 tonight.
Yeah, get him down to 95.
Oh, I have 103. So.
He doesn't have to worry about us doing that. YouTube will do that for him.
That's true. It already did almost. So.
I love my yo-yo subscriber count. Up, down.
I don't know. That's the funny part. I have 103 subscribers and 75. I don't know who they are. I just started this channel like 3 weeks ago. I started making videos and I already have 75 subscribers and I don't know who they are.
Yeah, they're by default. Everybody's channel is on hidden. So when they subscribe, you don't know who they are. They have to go into the settings and change it to open or whatever it is. But yeah, I've noticed that too. Most of my subscribers are completely foreign to me, so I don't know.
How do you change that? I never looked that up.
It's in your settings somewhere in your channel settings.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up because I like for people to know that I subscribe. It's something stupid, but I prefer to see a face. I would like it for always to be open.
I always usually, if somebody subscribes to me, I'll go and see if they're doing content, and then I'll subscribe to them.
Yeah, same.
That's how I am. I mean, I'm sure you guys have noticed even on Twitter. What am I doing? So and so is live. Watch.
Oh man, I didn't subscribe to Pacific. I just looked over at my screen and I was like, oops.
I've noticed maybe it could have unsubscribed you because I think YouTube tried to unsubscribe me to Michael 1.2.
Yeah,
I've been unsubscribed from you before, Whoopa, and I had to resubscribe myself. I mean, the Star Wars guys, Paul's channel, I was unsubscribed from that. I was unsubscribed from Nerporeal, from Spock, from Brandon, and Brandon had to resubscribe to me.
Yeah, just recently, I know Salty Texas C, if you know him, he hit 2,000, and I went on his stream because I've been there before, and I looked down, I'm like, I'm not subscribed to him. I'm pretty sure I hit that before. So yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that shit a lot of times. So even to neurotic, so it's weird.
I've sent DMs to YouTube saying this is what's happening, and their excuse is, well, it's because people have chosen to unsubscribe from your channel. I'm all, no, it's because you have chosen to remove these folks from my channel. folks,
Yeah.
I don't see in the chat. It's like funny. They didn't give me an indication they didn't like the content anymore. They would come by anytime I posted a video or did a live stream. What's going on?
I did find out, Brightest Day let me know that if you subscribe to somebody, you have to interact with their channel or YouTube will back you out of it. So you have to like go watch a video or leave a like or comment or something in order to like make it stick.
Mm-hmm.
So be aware of that.
Yeah. And Brightest Day, he's a good dude. I've watched his reads. I've watched him on Twitch. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a butthole. No, I mean he's a good dude. No, I'm just kidding. No, he actually encouraged me to start making videos. Gary was like always go out there and make videos, and I was like right on the fence, and I was like, man, that'd be cool if I could do that. And then Brightest, I put that in the chat, and Brightest say, do it, just do it, and you just find your niche and just start making videos, man. Just go ahead and do it. And I started. So
yeah, and what sucks for Brightest Day is he applied for the monetization and they denied him.
Yeah,
why?
That was dirty. He had content that he was putting on that was other people's content. I don't know the extent of what they considered. I know he did a lot of Twitter, or not Twitter, but TikTok videos.
Mm-hmm.
And they disqualified him because of that. And so he removed like even stuff that I know wouldn't be considered other people's content. He removed like everything but the books. And he eventually got his hours back. So he's reapplying for monetization, and we'll see how it goes.
Because if anyone deserves it, it's him.
Yeah, he worked his butt off. So, yeah. Hopefully he gets it. I'll be proud of him if he does.
Yeah, they don't want you to try to cheat corners. I guess some people have tried to do that to get monetized or get their hours up faster or whatever they're doing. They're putting some content, I guess, where they just loop everything. And it's like, yeah, it probably won't be the best idea.
No.
To get your hours up, but yeah.
I mean, even for this channel, I'm sure there are people who will go, well, I'm not going to watch your episodes of the box score, Mike. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. I mean,
Yeah.
some kinds like this, I like talking about pop culture and sci-fi and all that stuff. That's great, but I'm not a sports guy.
No.
So I'm probably not going to hang out and watch with the sports part.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I've even had people like Nerdporial. He's not a big sports guy, but he has watched several episodes of me doing the box score.
Yep.
And that's cool.
Yes. One of these days, Cash, we'll have him out there playing baseball.
Sure.
Nerdporial, get off the ground. Next time, avoid the ball that's coming at you. But yeah, thank you guys for coming on tonight. Really appreciate it.
Yep,
it was a lot of fun.
Yep, it was
always fun. Sorry, sometimes the other day I wanted to come and the Sunday too, but I sleep all night. I sleep from 6 a.m. to 12, sometimes into the way to the noon. And as I came by, I was like, oh, damn it, I had to do some things here. And there's going to be a sense here in this country. It's going to be shit. So we did it that day, and I was like, I couldn't make it. But probably this Sunday I will try to make it if I can. So, yeah. Once again, you're going to have to hear me talk for 2 hours without any kind of concept.
No.
Like,
if you can get your hands on some Valium or something like that, maybe some
dude, I have never consumed any kind of those drugs, but honest to God,
over the counter, it's cool.
One friend of mine told me, like, if you consume drugs, please call me. I want to see how bad do you go.
No, we need a downer. It's not going to be. We don't want no like cocaine or nothing. we need to mellow you out a little bit.
What the fuck is a Sonic? I know I'm gonna be like that. You know, I'm gonna be like, I can break this wall. I can break this wall. No, Jonah, no. And I'm gonna go face into the wall. I know it.
Yeah, that would not be good.
Perhaps for the people that are watching me, yes, but not to me.
It'd make a good video.
Yeah.
But
Unless if I break the wall, that will not be a good video.
Thank you
All right.
guys, and
Yep.
well, I'm
We're
gonna
gonna get
go
out of
ahead
here.
and end it.